Good morning, guys. As we get in, if you don't mind, please tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. It'll push us out to the FYP. It'll get more people in here so we can get active. Because we want to get active. Also, we got the daily gift goal. It's the little pink heart puffs. If we can knock those out, that would be awesome. And we keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 10,000 likes, please. Please. All right. And I'm gonna get my main up. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And I know I said that this was going to be, yesterday was going to be the last day of this topic. I made an executive decision at the last moment. And instead of rolling out the new topic that we will have for debates tomorrow, we're doing this one more time because, again, I found some really cool stuff yesterday. And if I can, after the live, I'm really going to work on trying to make sure that I have this new layout and new setup. If I can get this new layout and this new setup, it's going to take us to a different level. So that's why we are back with this topic today. Did someone just say Isaiah Santana troll me? No, I didn't troll you. I just told you, your face was really large on the screen. Isaiah, I came in, Isaiah was like this. Why do you support Trump? I don't know what you want me to do with that. Isaiah face took up the whole screen. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know what you want me to do. That's my little brother. I love him. But he had a lot of face on that screen. All right. Before we get started, before we go too far, again, everybody keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Oh, hold on.
Bro, why are you lying on me, dog?
Bro, hold on.
Bro.
Your face took up the entire... I don't know what you want me to do with that. It's like...
Bro.
Like, I scrolled in and I saw nothing but face.
Bro, you a lie, bro. Bro, tell me why I was so tweaked and locked in, bro. When you said that, I was like, what? Am I really? Like, what's going on, bro?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm glad that you finally, got a mic and like, how do you like your new setup?
Well, it's not complete yet, man. I'm about to go get me a nice little room that I can do it in, but I like the mic. It's not scratching up against my beard all the time. I was getting a few complaints. I was like, I'm gonna have to fix this.
What I needed to tell you, or I was gonna text you or call you and tell you this. You can put your song on studio, so you don't have to play it from your phone every time. You can just play it from studio. Yeah,
I can do that.
Yes, just load it to. I'll fucking FaceTime you later. You load it to studio, and then instead of like pulling up your phone, you click it, and then it plays through studio. So the sound, one, sounds way better, but two, you don't have to hold up your phone.
Bro, I knew there had to be a better way, bro.
Oh yeah,
I knew it had to be a better way. Cause I was like, man, I miss my theme song, bro, and I feel like I look stupid, like holding my my phone against the mic, bro.
You look stupid a lot sometimes, but that's beside.
Here we go, man. This is what I'm talking about, man. Y'all, Santana, just stay on my neck.
Woo.
All right, dog, man. Have a good live, bro.
All right, bro. I appreciate you.
All right.
Deb's in the chat for my little brother Isaiah. W's in the chat. People say that we missed the theme song. No. I'm going to, normally I talk a little bit more about a lot of different stuff, but I think I'm going to keep it Simple Sally this morning. And the only reason being is because, I just spent time talking and running my mouth. But there is something super interesting that came out yesterday, and I do want to talk about this. So everyone, well, if you don't know, Palantir, which is a company that engages in military type equipment, defense, missiles, technology, like all of this stuff. Peter Thiel connected with JD Vance, all this other stuff. It's a lot. I'm not going to go into like the full breakdown of Palantir, but I do want to go into something that was super, super interesting, right? And the super interesting thing was that Palantir was actually rewarded under the Trump administration. Let me make sure I have this number right. Let me get here. Palantir last year on August 1st, 2025, Palantir received a $10 billion Army software and data contract from the United States Army from the Trump administration, right? And so again, Palantir, Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Heritage Foundation, all of it, right? Now, the interesting part about that, after receiving that $10 billion contract from the United States military, the taxes for the corporate taxes came out, the information from Palantir. So now remember, corporate taxes are supposed to be 21%, right? So Palantir should have paid 21% on their income. Palantir in 2025 made $1.5 billion, right? $1.5 billion. It is now officially reported that in 2025, the taxes, federal income taxes just came out for Palantir, and on that $1.5 billion of income, that's how much they paid in corporate taxes. $0. Palantir paid $0 in corporate taxes in 2025. After landing a $10 billion contract with the government, after making $1.5 billion in income and federal taxes, they paid $0. That's how the ultra wealthy stay ultra wealthy. That's how big business continues to win and make a foothold. It's literally because people like Donald Trump has made a decision to reduce the IRS. And while Joe Biden hired a bunch of IRS agents, Donald Trump has reduced the amount of IRS agents that were in place, and also reduced them from going after the ultra wealthy, because they were collecting money hand over fist from the ultra wealthy, right? So that's where we are. Also, there was another report that apparently IRS agents, let me get the exact number because I don't want to give the wrong number. Let me get this because this is the one that blew me away as well. So this story came out not too long ago about the back taxes owed by IRS agents. And apparently the IRS agents, the ones that, you know, are supposed to collect back taxes for us, here it is, they owe nearly $1 billion in taxes. The actual IRS agents, there was an audit completed of 2,138 IRS taxpayers, and over 2,138 of the taxpayers and the representatives who represented 2,248 accounts, apparently going back from all the way to 2020, have not paid taxes And so it was found out by a government watchdog. And with everything that is, it said that it's from taxes on individuals, businesses, trusts, estates, and tax-exempt organizations. And it comes up to about $1 billion. So not only are corporations not paying taxes, but IRS agents aren't paying taxes, but yet we're still paying taxes. Sounds like everybody's getting over except us.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey,
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air.
ain't
No
no
rules, no plan, no script.
one wrong
move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
boom.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in there, you care. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space.
It absolutely
Don't
is.
You wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. And I am Santana. And guys, if you are a Trump supporter or if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen. Tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Let's go ahead and knock out the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting it to the little 1 cent gift goal so we can get more push out to the FYP. Right now, it's the chili peppers. If we can knock those out, those will absolutely help boost the live. And guys, share the live, please, please, please. Share the live once or twice. We don't need the spam share. We don't want that, but share the live. But even more than sharing the live, what's super, super important is reposting the live. So if you could, please repost the live. Repost live and send your daily heart me 1 coin. It will boost live as well. America's sick. America's sick. And I know it, you know it, we know it. And the reason why, though, is because of white privilege. White privilege has been the bane of society's existence ever since white privilege was invented, along with race. American exceptionalism, US exceptionalism, thinking that for some reason America is number one. The best of the best, but yet we don't do shit as the best of the best. MAGA, the right, you guys are violent, like super violent, and I can prove it. The left, we're not clean and free and absolved. We eat our own, and hell, I have more on that. Like I got something new on that. So like, if you disagree that the left doesn't eat our own, get in a box. And last but not least, the patriarchy. The patriarchy has not only disenfranchised everyone that's not a white man, it's literally held us back. It's literally held us back. It's literally the reason why Jimothy is currently in office instead of us dealing with a competent Black woman and Kamala Devi Harris. So if you disagree with any of the things on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Let's see here. Hi, the real curly. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hey, Santana, I'm not. I just had a question about a study you had mentioned the other day, and I just wanted to
I tried to look it up. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay. Drop it in the comments for me and I can reply, but we're looking for some debates. Guys, please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I really do. But we are looking for some debates and we want to make sure that we are respecting the boundaries of the live. So please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter or if you do not disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, Yedis. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hey, how you doing, man? I support Donald J. Trump, man, but not for the reasons you think, man.
Okay, I don't believe you. You sound like a troll, and I don't do trolls. I don't find trolls funny, and I have no interest in engaging with trolls. So if you're gonna troll someone, find somewhere else to go, right? In the words of the famous poet Clifford Harris, I'm a grown man. Find you somebody to play with. I don't do that. I do not. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Taro, you are in the request, and I don't think that you mean to be here. So just the FYI, Taro, you're in the request. I see you. And if you don't remove it, howdy, partner, I'm going to bring you in here and I'm going to make you debate me. So if you're still in the request, Taro, I'm going to make you come up here and debate me. You're aware? Okay. Okay.
Hello.
You came up here to catch a fade?
Kinda. I just want to, because I disagreed with the left self-sabotages.
Okay. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. I'm not even gonna do the full intro yet because now I'm intrigued. For people who don't know, Taro is thank you for that, one of our amazing mods here and an absolutely amazing person, part of our community. But Taro has made a decision that we want some smoke. So what you got?
All right, so check this out. I don't think the left self-sabotages. When we talk about like the purity test, we are checking to see who is going to actually be a turncoat and where they stand when the revolution comes. So that's not a self-sabotage in my opinion.
Okay, yes, I disagree. The reason why I disagree is because for certain people, it's not about, oh, that's you. You have something in the background. It's not necessarily about ensuring that, the people who are on our side are actually on our side or whatever. For some people, it's literally about ensuring that someone that they don't like is not in power, right? We saw that a lot with Kamala Harris. There were certain people, in which I understand, like certain people feel really strong about certain issues. Fine, I get it. But then other people have made the decision that like, well, I'm going to weaponize this one thing in order to keep this person out of power. Now, another thing that I do have is an interesting development. Well, dang it, I don't want to say this because I'll give it to you because you're here. So down in Texas, of course, Jasmine Crockett, James Tellerico, Jasmine Crockett has been on fire. Polling is out the window. Early voting has started, and there's some understanding that Jasmine Crockett is actually in a polling position. Well, did you hear the other day that James Tellerico was supposed to be on Stephen Colbert, and apparently the White House stepped in and said, no, we don't want him on Colbert. And so they had to actually record and play it on YouTube.
Yeah, I heard something about that. And like, I should go look that up to see what that's about.
Yeah, so that was the message that was given out, right? Stephen Colbert did a whole thing, said we're supposed to have James Tellerico, but we're not going to be able to air this and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, surprise, surprise. There are now reports, and Jasmine Crockett has verified it as well, gave a full-blown comment about it, and made it known that apparently that's not true. The White House didn't step in, the FCC didn't step in, and it seems that it may have been a strategic ploy by the Tellerico camp along with Stephen Colbert to make him seem quote unquote dangerous in the eyes of the White House, which would boost his campaign, which is very nefarious, right?
Yeah.
But those are the type of tactics that certain establishment Democrats are willing to use in order to circumvent the will of the people and to, you know, get people to buy in.
I definitely need to go look more of this stuff up because I am completely ignorant on this.
Yeah.
Part of me kind of just wanted to say hello.
Hello.
I think I just had a petty disagreement on this.
Yeah. No, all good.
But no, like I really appreciate that the distinction because we are trying to bring as many across the line as possible because if and when it does happen, it would be nice if no one else was on the other side.
Yeah, yeah. You know me.
We convinced everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry,
and you know me, you know what I'm about, and you know how I do things. And while I am more than welcoming to anyone who is sympathetic to our cause and who understands the importance of what's happening, I do think it's super important to understand how the Democratic Party and the Republican Party vibe off of each other. Like there's no way that one can stand without the other. And those people that are currently locked in power want to continue to hold power, which leads me to another thing that I was going to talk about. But for anyone who hasn't saw this, new polling is out, and Zoran Mandani in New York, who has just been showing up and doing the shit that he said he was going to do, his polling numbers hit an all-time high, like an all-time high. People in New York apparently love Zoran Mandani, but there's still people that are trying to bash him and somehow get him to look as if he's not the person that people want. But the people doing that is not just Republicans, it's establishment Democrats that would love to keep the status quo instead of actually doing something different and benefiting the people. But those type of things happen together.
Yeah, it's and one of the most frustrating things is convincing people who disagree with us that we don't like that either.
Yep.
And
anyway,
I really appreciate the clarification on that, but no, like I completely agree with you. Like absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like, hey, the eating of self, like, yeah, thank you. You clarified.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, you know how much I love and appreciate you. Have a good one. Give them hell for me.
Tap all the screens and do all the good things, you motherfuckers. I swear to God, I will come find you and I will boop you.
That's right. I know that's right. All right. I'm going to drop it down. W's in the chat for Taro. W's in the chat for Taro. Again, Taro is one of our amazing mods and one of the best community members that we have here. So anyway, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Wait, there's something in the background?
Did you not look at the background before you requested up?
All right, there we go. All right, what was your question? I'm sorry.
I said, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Oh, I'm disagreeing.
Okay, perfect. And I mean, I know your username says XOLO, but what's your actual name? Or at least a normal name that I can call you?
Oh, that is my name. But you can just call me X, I guess.
Okay, that's easier. I just didn't want. I know I was going to mess it up if I keep trying to do it. All right, X. Perfect. No worries. X. Quick question before we go too far.
What's up?
Do you know who I am?
Do I know who you are? I'm not familiar.
Okay. Listen. No worries. Would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to not only who I am but what this is?
Yeah.
Perfect. One moment, X.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Dang, man. Feels like I'm boxing right now.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, we are only looking for some debates. So if you are a friendly, tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 75,000 likes. Also, repost a live. Send your daily heart me. It's $1. It'll boost the live. Last but not least, get in the box. Trump supporters, people like Real Don Dot. Oh, look, you guys were already snatched up by my mods. Listen, MAGA Trump supporter, my chat is not your safe space. If you're going to sit in the comments and think you're going to thumb thug, you're wrong. My mods will mute you and tell you to get in the box, and so will I. With that being said, X, you said not only are you a Trump supporter, but you disagree with something on the background. What point do you disagree with the most that you would like to actually start with?
I'll go with white privilege.
Okay. So is your premise that either one, white privilege is not real, or is it that you think it's not? Okay, you think it's not real. Okay, cool. X, just before we go too far, just to verify, what's your race?
My race? Well, I'm black, like, cause my dad's black, my mom's white. So. Okay.
But phenotypically speaking, what do you present as?
Black.
Okay, so you're a black man. Got it. All right, perfect. Give me your case as far as why you say white privilege doesn't exist.
All right. Well, let's say if I was a white man, right? And you're a black man. Is there something that I can do that you can't do?
Yes, but that's a lazy question. Can you lay out why you say white privilege doesn't exist, and then we can get into the questions?
That's my question.
That's a question, but that's not your argument. Tell me what's your argument? Why do you believe that white privilege doesn't exist? And then you and I can go from like that point. But that's a question. It's a lazy question. I promise you, it's like the simplest question to debunk. But what's the basis of your argument?
That's the argument.
That's your entire argument.
Yes.
Your entire argument. Did he just run? Why did he just run? I promise you, like, they've been doing this so much. Like, that's what they got. They just run. That's all they do is run. Jeez Louise. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And, hopefully you have a better ability to hold up than that. Debbie's in the chat for, I think it's Sarah Bell, who sent a $2 super chat to say MAGA worships a self-admitted serial predator. Yes, Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in chat for Emily, who used their membership super chat to say, I can drive without fearing police harassment, racism, and privilege are two sides of the same coin. Exactly. That's why that's such like a lazy question, right? Because it's easily knocked down. Debbie's in the chat for Corey, who sent a $1 donation. And Corey said, you did a whole live with something in your beard last night. No one bullied you for it. Corey, are you telling the truth or are you playing in my face? Because I feel like you might be playing in my face. Debbie's in the chat for Rebecca for the $1 donation saying, can you please look up KSHB 2613? It's so bad. Yes, I will take a look at that in just a moment.
I'm waiting to introduce myself.
No, give me a second. Debbie's in the chat for Jacob for the $15 donation saying, I'm no longer a Trump supporter because of you and others, but I'm on the fences. I support conservatives, but I'm on the fence about between them and being liberal. Do you have anything that you would say help get me off the fence? Love you and love your content. Jacob, what I would say is figure out what's important to you. Like, what are the actual things that are important to you? And then take a look at who's been doing those things. The one thing that I will tell you is that if you look over the history and you look at the actual numbers, like just the economic numbers of the Republican Party versus the Democratic Party since the 1970s, they're not even close. Democrats are way better for the economy in every single metric is not close. So if that's something that you want to actually find out about, go ahead and check that out. Yeah, I'm gonna, you just stay on mute. And last but not least, Lane, W's in the chat for Lane, who sent a $6 donation saying, dude, I love and appreciate you so much and all that you do to educate and uplift people. I listen to you every chance that I get, nearly every day. And last night was such a vibe. You're a good man. I'm okay. The world needs more people like you. Love you, brother. I love you so much more. W's in the chat for Lane. And guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Stallion, thank you so much for kind of having a little bit of impulse control. Are you a Trump supporter or do you disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. And no, I don't agree with anything on that background.
Okay, Stallion. So I know for a fact that America's sick, and America's sick because of white privilege, American exceptionalism, the fact that the MAGA is right, and the patriarchy. So which point do you disagree with the most where you would like to start?
MAGA is violent.
Okay.
It's 100% false.
Okay. Would you like to lay out the premise as far as why you think it's false, or would you like for me to tell you why I say that that the right is violent?
Have you saw the 2020 riots? Have you seen that?
I have, but that's a question.
Have you seen what's going on with ICE and everything? You know, your people are getting out there and interrupting ICE proceedings.
Okay, is this you laying out your argument? Because like just saying random questions isn't, I just need to understand what's happening. Do you want to tell me fully why you say the right is not violent? Or would you like me to explain to you why I say the right is violent?
You can explain and I'll follow up.
Perfect. All right. So the reason why I say the right is violent is based off of a couple of key things. The first thing being is the history of violence and within our country. And more specifically, over the last 30 years, there was a comprehensive study that was completed looking at 3 different ideologies: left-wing ideology, right-wing ideology, and Muslim ideology. And of those 3 different ideologies for the last 30 years, 57% of mass shootings in our country were conducted by someone who has right-wing ideology. Meaning, if there was a mass shooting in the country, more often than not, it was done by someone who has right-wing ideology.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
You're not. I'm gonna finish my point. I'm literally gonna finish my point. All right. Perfect. So again, like I said, the study completed showed that of those 3 ideologies, 57% over the last 30 years has been right-wing ideology. The next point that I say, the reason why I say that the right or MAGA is violent is because you all feel like you have a monopoly on violence, meaning that if there's violence that you're perpetuating, then you think it's justified versus violence that's coming your way. You do not think it's justified. The example is going into Venezuela to kidnap Nicolas Maduro. It was justified by people on the right, and as far as the people that were killed in order to get him out. But when you look at the what's happening in Minnesota, or what did happen in Minnesota, when people talk about the deaths of Renee Nicole Good or Alex Preddy, the justification has been, while we don't think they should be murdered, they should have been, quote unquote, peacefully protesting. He should not have had his weapon on him. There's been justifications and saying that violence should not have been, quote unquote, coming to them. And that's why they're justified as being murdered. So that is my reason for why I say the right, MAGA, is violent. Now you may speak.
Have you looked at places like Detroit, Chicago? For instance,
yes, I have, but is that going to address anything that I just said?
On why the left is violent?
You're just saying random things. I literally just gave you a comprehensive thought. Can you respond to what I said?
I asked you for stats on how it's MAGA during the mass shootings, and you have yet to provide that.
I know you jumped in the middle of me. You jumped into the middle of me finishing my point and tried to throw a question. Yes, I literally can. I can give you the study. Are you going to look the study up?
I'll wait for the stats.
I just gave you the stats. What are you talking about?
I have yet pull it up on the big screen. I want to see the stats. Thank you. I'll keep quiet until then.
You keep saying you want to see this. I told you the stats. Do you mean you want to know where the source is?
No, why would I go off your? I'm not going off your word. Pull up the stats.
I'm not saying go off my word. I'm saying, are you saying that you want to actually know what the source is?
You said it was 57%. Now show me that number. Thank you.
I don't think you understand what you're saying.
Can you just pull up the stats? You said it was 57%, correct?
Sure. Give me a second. Chat, am I tripping?
Pull it up.
Hey, you go back on mute. Am I tripping? The
57%. Pull it up.
Pull up the stats. Like that's a weird statement. I think she means what's the source? Chat, am I bugging? Like does she means what's the source, right? Chat, is that what she's talking about? Okay.
Pull it up or not?
Okay. I'm gonna grab the source and I'll tell her the source, but like she's tripping. Stallion, one real question for you, because like I don't want to be in a position where I'm, punching down or whatever the case may be. I do want to verify. Have you been drinking this morning?
Pull up the sources. That's it. Thank you.
No, like I'm going to pull it up, but I do have to have this question just to make sure that I'm talking to someone that is in their right faculties.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Pull up the stats.
It is. It literally is. Well, it's not 8 o'clock in the morning.
I live in Malibu. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Now pull up the stats.
If you live in Malibu, then it's 7:32. Have you been drinking? Yes or no? Super simple, and then we can keep going.
Pull up the sources. Thank you. Going off the script and you're deflecting.
Hey, stop it. I'm being serious. Listen, I'm being serious. No. I need you to stop, and I need you to be an adult right now. You're literally crashing out. Okay. Be an adult. You sound like you're an adult, and I need you to be an adult. And if you can't be an adult, I'm just going to kick you because, again, you don't seem like you're in your right mind. I need to know, answer the question directly, yes or no, and then we can move on. Have you been drinking this morning? Yes or no?
No, Jigaboo. Now let's go.
All right, perfect. You can try all the racist dog whistles all you want, but I don't give a fuck about that. Now sit quietly, you mediocre white woman, while I get the information.
All you had to do was pull up the
shushies. You will have impulse control and self-control. I don't know who trained you, but I will train you better.
A lot of nerve.
Shushies. You come off mute again, I'm going to send you back to the comments to be mediocre down there. Stay on mute until I give you the information. If you come off mute, you lose, you concede, and I'm kicking you. Quiet. All right. So the study that was completed is from the Center of it's from the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The title is Left-Wing Terrorism and Political Violence in the United States, What the Data Tells Us, right? This all came about when it was the looking at the idea where Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and others were pushing the idea that the left wing of the party was the most violent wing of the party, right? And it talked about the quote unquote rise in terrorism and how everything had been completed. But looking at the actual breakdown of studies, and they did a comprehensive study over a 30-year span, going from 1994 to 2025, taking a look at multiple indicators, not only of violence when it comes to terror and when it comes to terrorist attacks and predators as well. They took a look at a couple of different categories, and they called it left wing, right wing, quote unquote jihadists and ethno-nationalists and others. But over the complete 30-year study, the breakdown of that percentage when it comes to right wing ideology, 57% of the ideology, which is right wing, had completed all of the violent crimes, including mass shootings. So if you want to review the actual portion as far as where that came from, the amount, that's the actual study. There's articles that were written on it that followed up from Axios, PBS, NPR, all breaking down not only this information, but looking at the landscape and the shift and what is called domestic terrorism within the United States.
Awesome. You done?
Yes.
All right. You could close it off the screen. Thank you.
What do you mean it closes out the screen?
We can get back to the conversation that we were having. I don't believe that the study is true.
You didn't even look it up. You just listened to me talk about it.
I can take a look once I get finished.
How can you say that you don't believe it's true if you haven't even looked at it?
I'll take a look whenever I get finished with you. Thank you.
Oh, wait. No, you don't get to just say like, oh, I don't believe it's true. And you made me go get this study in the vein of you pulling it up. No, you go look at it right now. Go look at it right now, because I'm not going to sit here and listen to you tell me that you don't believe it's true when one, you haven't looked at it, two, you sat here and told me that.
Debate. Adios.
Yeah, go ahead and run, coward. Get out of here.
Adios,
get out of here. You run. Exactly. Run, you mediocre white woman. Nobody cares about you trying to racist dog whistle. Listen, if you want to slur, just slur. No one cares about you trying to. Yeah, there nigger. You go. Exactly, nigger. No one. You are mediocre, and you're the reason. You're literally the reason why white people can't stand mediocre white women like you. You're literally it. Don't worry about it. Don't shh. Again, I don't know who trained you, but I will train you. And when I say train you, I mean you're not even worth being in my space anymore. You get a block. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Did I not fucking call it? Did I not fucking call it? She thought the racist dog whistle was going to get to me. And then when she realized she had nothing, she just went on and went full mask off. Every single time. Full mask off. Full mask off. I bother them so much. I make them so mad. She was itching to say it. She was itching. She wanted to call me the N-word as soon as she got up here. As soon as she got up here, she wanted to call me the N-word. As soon as she got up here. Chat, I apologize for my escalation, and I will bring it back down, and we will have more calm conversations and debates. And I will not engage in that type of back and forth because it's not productive. So I'm sorry to you guys. Not that lady, fuck that lady, but you guys, I'm sorry. All right? All right. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link in the bio. Santana Speaks for You over on YouTube. You can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I think it's Kedron. Kedron, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I think that was a mistake. Again, guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And guys, America's sick. America's sick because of a couple of different things. White privilege, hell, we just saw that. That's literally someone who came up and was mad that their white privilege was being questioned and just went full mask off. But American exceptionalism, the premise that America is just number one without any type of substance behind why America is number one, right? MAGA, the right, they're violent. They don't like being called violent. They don't like being called violent, but they use violence every opportunity that they get. That's super interesting. The left, we're not absolved. We eat our own. We self-sabotage. And last but not least, the patriarchy. If you disagree with any of those things on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Debbie's in the chat for Aaron for the $5 donation. Aaron said, quick question, sort of. I know you use during your talk about race, the difference of race using the 5 ones used in the census. There are going to be some changes to the census coming up in 2030, which are going to be more inclusive when it comes to biracial people. But yeah, as of right now, that's what I use as far as like the current categories of race. The thing about race is it's literally a social construct. I saw this really good video yesterday, and it made me feel good because it was like a random video that I just scrolled across, and it was talking about the premise of race and basically like colonialization and how it was created and all this other stuff, just to say, like, they made the point that race is a, how did they frame it? It's a, dang it, how did they frame it? Basically, they said it's a made up thing that now has been shifted to reality, and we all live within this made up thing. So I forgot exactly how they said it, but I posted it on my main page right here, or on the stories. It was really good. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Argument. Are you a Trump supporter?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I just want to ask you a question very quick about
Sure,
the
but are you a
Linda
Trump
Davis
supporter or do you
case.
disagree with anything on the background?
I voted for Trump, so, but
Okay.
I agree with some Trump stuff.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's cool. Can you give me 2 seconds to finish a couple of thank yous and then we can get into it?
Yeah, all good.
All right, perfect. W's in the chat, massive W's in the chat for Rebecca for the $20 super chat to say, Santana, you have great tolerance, but no one should ever be subjected to the vile words and racism of that woman. Thank you for what you do. Rebecca 1, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. You're freaking awesome. I really appreciate you. But 2, like I expected, not gonna lie, every time I turn on this application, every time I put my face on the screen, I expect the people to go mask off. And it's not something that ever shocks or surprises me, and it doesn't get to me. It fuels me really to continue to get under their skin. So there's that. W's in the chat for Rebecca. W's in the chat for I think this is pronounced. I'm just gonna call you Maddie. We're just gonna call you Maddie. W's in the chat for Maddie for the $1 donation, saying not the shushies. Listen, I had to break it out for sure. W's in the chat for Dragon. Hey Dragon, who sent a $1 donation, said it's too early to be childish. Stallion, yeah, Stallion was on something. W's in the chat for Dragon, who also sent a $1 donation, saying angry mayonnaise noise. Yeah. And W's in the chat for Callie for the $5 donation, said I will train you better. Fire. Listen, like they don't have impulse control. I don't know what type of home training they got, but they will get some act right here. W's in the chat for Doreen for the $2 donation, saying white privilege. My white nephew can walk at night and day wearing a hoodie with no fears. My black nephew can't. Without fears. Love you and what you do. Absolutely, Doreen. You are 100% accurate. W's in the chat for Feisty, who sent a $20 donation saying hazard pay and morning hugs. I'll take the hazard pay and the morning hugs, Feisties. W's in the chat for Feisty. W's in the chat for Cassie for the $1 donation saying, did she call you a jigaboo? Yes, she did. And then tell you that you have a lot of nerve? Yes, she did. As a white woman, we don't claim her. LOL. I know. W's in the chat for Stacy for the $10 donation saying, you're 100% right. She's the reason why I hate my own skin folk. I hate white. I can't say the word Stacy because, you know, men shouldn't be saying that, but I'm not going to stop you from saying it. Debbie's in the chat for Emily for the $20 donation saying, found you through other people. Love what you do. Thank you so much, Emily. You are freaking awesome. Debbie's in the chat for Lane for the $1 donation saying, that mediocre lady proved herself wrong by being verbally violent and clearly racist. Jeez. LOL, love you. Love you too. Listen, again, they enact violence whenever they can. W's in chat for Maggie for the $2 donation. And I have a suggestion. You can take it or leave it. I know you're busy. I think you, it's a good panel discussion, would be a panel discussion. You and Brett doing a panel on gun violence and more gun control. Love what you do. We've done that. I've had a late nights with Santana. If you go over and look over on my YouTube, Brett and I hosted late nights with Santana, and we did a week talking about gun violence. So yeah, we've done that. Debbie's in the chat for Summer, who sent a $3 donation, says, apologize on behalf of white women. Love you. I love you more. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying, thank you for bringing back late nights with Santana. I hope you know the impact that you're having. Jared, I know, and I'm so excited, and I'm happy that we're able to do it. And guys, fucking massive W's in the chat for Carrie. Carrie sent a $50 donation. fucking W's in the chat. Carrie said, it always hurts my heart when I hear these vile people. However, I always enjoy how effortlessly you take away whatever power they think they have with that word. Yeah, it's like, again, if racism was just saying a word, if it was just calling us the N-word, Black people take that all day, every day, and twice on Sundays. But racism is way deeper than just calling us a word. But W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link to in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Last but not least, this is the backup account. We're driving into 50,000 followers. So if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Let's get it up to 50,000. And also let's follow the main. We're trying to get to that to 100,000 followers. All right, argument. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you for being patient. Which point do you disagree with the most on the background where you would like to start?
It's not really anything on the background. It's something more about ICE. How I agree with ICE. And I want to talk about like the Linda Davis situation.
I'm really trying to debate what's on the background, not necessarily ICE. Now, if it wraps into the point about what's on the background, maybe. What are you trying to talk about with ICE? Let's hear it.
I just want to hear more about what's your thoughts on the Linda Davis situation about the immigrant that crashed into her, and now she's dead, sadly.
I haven't looked that up.
It happened yesterday in Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, like, are you saying there was a car wreck and now someone's dead?
Yeah, it was a car wreck that ICE was chasing this illegal immigrant and the undocumented immigrant, and the undocumented immigrant crashed into the car because he made an illegal U-turn. And now people are saying it's ICE fault for chasing the car.
Driver fleeing ICE officer crashes, killing Georgia teacher, authority says. Oscar Vasquez Lopez, a driver accused of causing a car crash on Monday outside of Savannah, remained jailed Tuesday on charges including vehicular homicide, reckless driving, driving without a valid license. Lopez, 38, was in the United States, quote unquote, illegally, according to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Immigration officers were looking for Lopez to enforce immigration judge 2024 deportation order. ICE spokesman Lindsey Williams said on Tuesday, noting that Lopez had no other criminal record. Lopez was pulled over by ICE officers using sirens and blue lights and initiated a traffic stop, but then drove off when they approached his vehicle. Williams said Lopez made a U-turn, ran a red light, and crashed. ICE was in the said in the news release. Active ICE officer chased Lopez. Williams said chased in question mark. I wouldn't say that. They followed him until he crashed. That's a chase. Williams said that he didn't know how far Lopez fled before the crash. Savannah Chattingham County schools officials identified the woman killed as Linda Davis, a special education teacher at Herman W. Hayes K-8 school. Davis was beloved by school communities. Principal Alona McCullen said, okay. All right. So you want to know what exactly with this?
Yeah. I want to know like your opinion on it and like why you support undocumented immigration.
Because I don't give a fuck about
like because people country. Like these.
Can I answer your question? Yeah. I don't give a fuck about people coming into the country. Like that's just my opinion. But even more so, when you talk about like something like this, sure, you know, someone was running from the cops and a lady died, in which that's horrible, right? I don't want to see anyone die, but this is a situation that can happen with American citizens. This is a situation that happens all the time. I'm not justifying this at all, but this doesn't make me say, oh, we need to get all these undocumented immigrants out because one ended up killing a lady in a car wreck. Like, no, that's that. Like, I'm not sure what you thought that was going to do as far as like the story. I feel bad for the person that lost their lives because they were innocent bystander, but this doesn't change my position as far as what I think about ICE, what they've been doing as a whole, what the Trump administration is doing, or my premise on undocumented immigrants. That literally did nothing to move me.
Then would you say we should reform ICE then, maybe, or you want to abolish ICE? Because
yeah, I think abolishing ICE would be more beneficial because ICE as a whole, the entire entity, isn't beneficial, but even more so, like there's better ways to go about what we're trying to do. At the very least, like the premise of mass deportation is like a lose-lose situation. Like there's no actual positive benefit to like mass deportation versus if we took an approach of mass amnesty. So like none of that even adds up.
What is mass amnesty, if I could ask?
Sure. Mass amnesty would be the process of actually giving a legal pathway to all undocumented immigrants that are currently in the country. What it does is gives us the ability to properly identify and vet every single undocumented immigrant here. We say, hey, if you come forward, identify yourself, go through this check, the background check, all this other stuff, then you can become a legal citizen. Not only does that benefit us as far as our society, our culture, but it benefits the economy as a whole because they already pay federal taxes, but we'll guarantee that they'll be paying state level taxes and things along those lines that'll boost the economy. It gives us the ability to identify and fully vet. And so we get a accurate number as far as how many undocumented immigrants are actually in the country. And then it also allows like the American workforce to improve because those people who are undocumented, who are working under the table, and the reason why they're working under the table is because they don't necessarily have the power to negotiate prices because of the threat of deportation. It takes that away from the companies or people that try to hire undocumented immigrants for less while undercutting like American citizens. And so that helps American citizens as well. And last but not least, what that does is anyone that doesn't actually come forward and want to take advantage of the ability for mass amnesty, a legal pathway to citizenship, it lets us know that these people are here for nefarious reason. And then we have a more targeted approach as far as how we go about deportation, especially when we know that we're really going after the people who had a chance, who turned it down for some reason, and then we can go after them. Also, it would be less costly. We're spending about $98 billion a year on mass deportation. So mass amnesty would be a big win for all of us all around the board. And the last president, this has been done in our country history before, the last president to actually do it was a Republican, Ronald Reagan. So it's not like it hasn't been done before.
Honestly, I think I really like that option. I think the option is better than ICE agents abusing their powers. Yeah, but thank you for letting me come up. I just wanted to ask your thoughts on the situation. I really love your live streams and Nadine and Parker live streams.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Have a good day, Santana.
You as well. All right, guys, let's keep it moving. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Excuse me. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I'm going to take that as a no. And I'm just going to drop you down. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Allison for the $5 donation saying, love you, Santana. I love you more. Wondering if you got my draw. Oh, yes, Allison, I did. I have to, I'm going to reply to you. I was looking at it, but then like a million things started happening, but fucking W's in the chat for you. W's in chat for Allison for the $5 donation and the fucking awesome comic. I'm going to do a video about it, but it's super dope. Super dope. W's in the chat for Allison. Super dope. W's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Lejla. I hope I'm saying that right. Lejla. Thank you so much for the $2 donation saying, as a mother of young sons, what can I do to make sure they end up like, they don't end up like the last guest? I couldn't live with myself, honestly. I'm assuming that you're a white lady and you mean like the actual crash in. I'm not sure what guest that you're talking about. But honestly, if you have boys, I would say the biggest thing that you can do for boys is addressing their emotional intelligence, right? Men and boys have a lower EQ than women and girls, right? And so having the space and comfort and ability for boys to express emotions is huge. Never tell them to suppress their emotions. Never tell them boys don't cry. Never tell them suck it up, tough it up, be a man, all this other toxic masculinity stuff. Don't feed into that. Allow them to express themselves emotionally. Allow them to actually feel their feelings and talk them through those and let them know like, hey, it's normal. It's okay. Let's figure it out together. one of the reasons why men lead in like violent crime is because they're emotionally not inept, right? One of the reasons why we indulge in like, you know, substance abuse and violence and like all this other stuff is because we don't know how to emotionally regulate. So like address their emotions. Also, I advocate for therapy for everyone. Like therapy is major. Even if you don't feel like, oh, I'm not crazy. Therapy isn't about being crazy. Therapy is about addressing the things that you deal with on a day-to-day basis, especially in the society that we live in. If you can afford therapy, fucking do it. If you can't afford therapy, there are free options as well. But like therapy is massive, 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 massive. W's in the chat for Mandy, who sent $1 donation, said, you don't have to read this out loud. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. The spelling is what threw me off, but I can see how it would sound that way. And always, thank you so much, Madison. Thank you for the $1. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. And guys, W's in the chat for Ron. Ron sent a $10 donation and said, give thanks, bro. Thank you, Ron. And then also said, I got some seasoning for you and your wife. Hit the P.O. box. Hit the P.O. box. I'll take it. Listen, I'm good. Listen, Ron, shoot Kay a message. Her email is in my link tree in my bio. Shoot her a message and she'll give you the P.O. box number. I'm always down for some good seasoning because I stay cooking. Not in the kitchen, but online. My wife, she does all the cooking because she's way better at it than me. Every time I try, I get embarrassed. Anyway, W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash Out, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. My wife just sent me a message and said, me too. Yeah, like she loves, like I'm telling you, you should see all the spices and seasonings and stuff we have. It's a collection. Let's see if this person will load. Accept your subs. I might make those subs today. I know my wife was saying that she was going to cook, but I might hook those subs up. Oh, looks like did not load. Motions provide information. Yep. We need the recipe. I don't know about that one. Again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. 1.3 thousand people hanging out here. I know there's some Trump supporters. I know you guys are listening. Get in the box. Get in the box because the country's sick. The country's sick, and there's no way that you can prove me wrong. White privilege, absolutely a plague on our society. American exceptionalism, name one thing that America is #1 in that's not the military or GDP. You can't do it. MAGA, the right, absolutely violent in every single way and shape and form. Like there's nothing that you can say about it. The left, guys, I know we like to think, oh, we're the good guys. No, like we got problems. We absolutely got problems. And the fact that we eat our own is absolutely one of the biggest problems. Last but not least, the patriarchy. The patriarchy is something that has to be dismantled. It is something that disenfranchises every single person that is not a white man. Period. Full stop. Full stop. So if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are looking for some debates. You said we're #1 in freedoms. You're wrong. J-Led, you're absolutely wrong. I'm going to mute you. Get up here and tell me. Get in the box and tell me about it. I'm not going to argue with the comments as well. So Trump supporter, MAGA, guess what? The patriarchy includes black man too. Sure, DMC. Come up here and tell me about it. DMC, I'm going to mute you. Get up here and tell me about it. If you think that there's something that matter of fact, I just sent you a request. Get up here and tell me about it. I guess not, huh? I guess not, huh? I guess you're not gonna get up here. I'm gonna mute you, Santana scared. No, I'm muting you to get you up here because you're a coward. Chaos Born X, you're a coward. Just mute you. I just muted you. Get up here. I mute cowards that are in the comments. My comments are not your safe space. You don't get to yip yap in my chat. No one cares what you say from the comments. I'm not arguing with the comments. If you can't say it with your chest, then you don't get to say it at all. You can just hate from outside the club. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Like you can do that somewhere else. But I'm not gonna let you hang out in my comments, in my chat with all the cool people, with all the smart people. You're not going to hide behind the smart, funny, gorgeous, good smelling people, the people that clip their toenails and fingernails and wash their face and brush their teeth. You're not going to do that. Get up here. So yes, I will absolutely mute every single MAGA person, every single comment, because if you can't get in the box and say it, then you don't get to say it at all. I don't care. I do not care. With man, emotional intelligence, should toxic masculinity be added to why the U.S. is sick? Yeah, absolutely. Toxic masculinity is one of the reasons why the patriarchy still exists. Like it's all wrapped in. You're freaking spot on. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, Kaden, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm so sorry. I don't know how I hit that.
Oh, okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Guys, Debbie's in the chat for Laura for the $4 donation saying, sorry, couldn't send more. Laura, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I mean it when I say everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. Like, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mothra and Treadmill. Not sure of including this smell. I bet you still smell better than Trump supporters running 3 miles on the treadmill. I would still put that up against any other Trump supporter. I would bet on it. I said, but how about that email? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You're the busiest person ever. I was just nervous and maybe have seemed offensive or like an ass. I don't know what you're talking about, Lori, but you're good. I love you more. I love you more. Yeah, but no. Yeah, I mean, I have a P.O. box. If you check my link tree, email is in my link tree. It says platform director. If you go and look at the link tree and scroll to that email, you can send her email and she will get you my P.O. box. And yeah, I like cool shit. My wife, I don't know, but I like cool shit. Debbie's in the chat for, what's your TikTok name here? Allie, who sent a $1 donation and says, glad you like, yes, absolutely, absolutely. It was super cool. Like I saw it, I favored it, and I have to address it, but absolutely. Debbie's in the chat for Allie. If you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Can you define toxic masculinity? Yeah, toxic masculinity is the premise as far as you have to quote unquote be a man. It's the premise that men don't get to experience the same emotional availability that women can experience, or it gets to experience. And even more so, the idea that other men have to force men to quote unquote man up, things along those lines, right? Understanding that we as people share emotions and no one should be limited to their emotions. And also the belief that like there are certain gender roles that have to be defined by like your sex and all this other weird stuff. So like all of that's toxic masculinity. If you take a look at like the manosphere, it's really big in the manosphere, red pill culture, gym bro culture, like all this other stuff. It's deep. It's deep. Yes, it is an extreme level of like they engage in misogyny, misogynoir. It's like it's so much. It's literally so much. It's literally so much. All right, guys. As we wait for a Trump supporter to have the testicular fortitude, as we shall say, the testicular fortitude to get in the box, a couple of really important things that I wanted to mention that I didn't get to talk about, and I think this is super, super, super important. And I'm going to try to run through this as quickly as possible. But again, if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background, get in the box and mod. While I read this information off, watch the chat. Watch the chat. If you guys see any of these Trump supporters, running their mouth in our chat, get them. Let us know. Mods, put them in the cocaine clutch. Send them a request. All right, I'm going to run through these really quickly because these are super important. One thing that I had already kind of talked about it, but I didn't get to go in depth, and so I want to make sure people knew about this. Was a actual subpoena that was sent over by Homeland Security to different social media sites, including Google, Meta, and so many more. They're literally sending a subpoena because they want to identify the accounts of the anti-ICE accounts. They said there's accounts that is like spreading quote unquote hate towards ICE. and they want to know who's hiding behind those accounts. So they literally send a subpoena to these social media apps so they could silence these people. They're infringing on freedom of speech. The stuff that they claim the Biden administration was doing, the Trump administration is absolutely doing this. Hi, Terry, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, Terry, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. So yes, they are leaning on big tech to identify these people and to basically try to go after them. But I could have sworn they were about free speech. I could have sworn that they literally, you said, God bless ICE. Yeah. West Side Blood. I'm going to mute you. I don't care what you're saying in the comments. And I'm going to send you a request. Get up here. No one cares about you in the comments. Get in the box. You don't get to yip yap in my chat. Get up here, bub. What are we doing? Hi, Joshua. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, and yeah, I have a couple questions.
Okay, perfect. 1 second here. W's in the chat for Tucker. Tucker sent a $5 donation saying just downloaded Elder Ring on PlayStation. Any tips?
Look at your comments. All telling you to not talk to me.
Please have impulse control. I was in the middle saying thank you. We don't do that here. W's in the chat for Tucker. Tucker sent a $5 donation saying just downloaded Elder Ring on PlayStation. Any tips? Yes. Figure out what type of build that you want. Make sure you get plenty of armor. It's a wide range of weapons. And when you first get into the main open area, you're going to get curb stomped. I'm just letting you know, like, prepare to get curb stomped. W's in the chat for Tucker. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 1.3 thousand of us, guys. Make sure you hit that follow button. We're driving to 50,000 on the backup account, 100,000 on the main account. Make sure you follow both of them. All right, Josh, I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Josh, you said that you are a combination of a Trump supporter and you disagree with something on the background. Which point do you disagree with the most that you would like to start with?
The most. I mean, that is a loaded prompt, I got to say, man. But we can do MAGA is violent.
Okay. All right. Would you like to lay out the premise as far as why you don't think that MAGA is violent, or would you like for me to tell you why I do?
I would like for you to tell me why you do.
Okay, sure. So my premise as far as MAGA being violent is based on a couple of things. The first and foremost is the fact that looking at a comprehensive study over the last 30 years, there was a study.
It's not MAGA.
Can I? Yeah, please don't interrupt.
But it's not. I mean, that's
sure. Hey, Josh.
That includes like
Josh,
anti-Semitic stuff.
Josh.
No.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know what. Wait. Hey, seriously. I don't know what's happening
argument
right now. But again, like, we're adults, right? Hold on, Josh. How old are you?
I'm 32, man.
You're 32.
And you're
Perfect.
quoting
I'm 39. Perfect. I'm 39.
Nothing
Please
to
have
do
impulse control. Please have impulse control and let me finish my sentence. Josh, I'm letting you know this right now. I'm muting you. If you come off again and come off mute again and interrupt me while I'm trying to actually give you my premise, I'm just going to kick you. Like, I don't like to do over talking. I would love for us to actually have a conversation, but I'm going to require you to have impulse control. I'm not going to interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. Perfect. So the premise that I have is if you take a look at a comprehensive study over the last 30 years, there was a review done as far as mass shootings and violent crimes within our country. And the study looked at three different ideologies: right-wing ideology, left-wing ideology, and Muslim ideology. And over the last 30 years, 57% of mass shootings have been completed by someone who had right-wing ideology. When you combine that with the fact that MAGA, the right, you guys think that you have a monopoly on violence, meaning that if you enact violence, then it's justified. But if you feel like violence is coming towards you, it's not justified. And the example of that is when with going into Venezuela to capture Nicolas Maduro, the amount of people that were murdered to actually get him out of the country, MAGA justified that because of the actual need to get him, versus the quote unquote perceived violence that was coming their way when you talk about Renee Nicole Good or Alex Preddy, as far as the murder of them in Minnesota. While most people on the right say, I don't quote unquote agree with it, they should have been protesting peacefully, or they should not have had a weapon, or blah, blah, blah. So whenever it's violence going out, it's justified. Whenever it's violence against them, it's not justified. That is the premise of why MAGA in the right is violent. And I have more, but I'll give you the floor.
Okay, those were some crazy ass claims, I gotta say. I don't even know where to start on that one. The study that you're quoting, it usually also includes a lot of anti-Semitic attacks. Would you agree?
I can pull it up and verify. I don't think so, but let me double check.
It does, because it's actually quoting the right wing of like a European right wing, which MAGA doesn't generally identify as. So it's
literally not. Wait.
It's a
That's
terrible
not.
argument.
Wait, no. You don't.
I let you talk. I let you talk.
Josh,
You let me talk.
No,
That's how.
no. Don't misquote my study. You're absolutely wrong.
I've
This
read
has
this
nothing
study.
to do with any type of European. It literally doesn't. This is all U.S.
No, I don't think you know what right wing is classified as in the study, is what I'm telling you.
Okay. So just to verify, and maybe I heard you wrong. I apologize. Can you clarify? Did you say the study includes anything? You said Europeans. Clarify that point. Maybe I misheard. I apologize.
So generally, it has to do with a lot of Jew hate, is what I'm talking about. Like most of that study has a lot to do with anti-Semitic attacks and Nazism. Yes, it does. So look up your study, please.
Perfect.
While you're looking that up, for some reason you brought up Venezuela, which doesn't make any sense. And then you brought up Renee Good and Alex Pretty.
Yeah, I can tell you why I brought that up again.
No, I know why you brought it up,
because
but it just doesn't make sense. Do you think people that voted for Trump went and murdered 100 people to capture a president? That was a terrible argument. And then Alex Pretty.
Okay. Please stop.
Alex Pretty and Renee Good. I'm not done.
Josh, please stop trying to misrepresent my argument. That's not what I said. Why are you trying to misrepresent the things that I just said? And
because you're saying that MAGA is violent, and then you're including shit that has nothing to do with Trump supporters.
What did I say? What did I say about the reason why I mentioned Venezuela?
Because of the unalivings and people cheering it on. The capture of the president, correct?
Be specific about what I said, because I explained.
I don't know what you said verbatim. I don't know what you mean.
How about you stop and you understand what I said? I'm not saying that any Trump supporter carried that out. I said it is the premise that MAGA, the right, has a monopoly on violence. The justification when they use violence versus violence being perceived towards them is unjustified. And
so you're telling me that no
justification is
you're telling me that no Democrat presidents have carried out any airstrikes or anything to another country. Is that what you're telling me?
Like I was saying, the justification that I used was the example of people that were saying that it was fine for us to go into Venezuela and murder the people in order to get him out because they wanted him out. And then when I talked about Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty, it was on the basis as perceived violence coming towards them, MAGA or someone that they wanted. And so they found that unjust and they justified the murdering of them since that was perceived violence towards them. So that's the examples that I'm giving as far as the justification and the premise of having a monopoly on violence. That's what I'm saying.
Your prompt though, right? What does your prompt say?
MAGA is violent.
Okay, for sure. So when you're going off of a premise, right, and you're saying MAGA, which I'm assuming you mean Trump supporters are violent, I'm going to assume you mean inherently violent. Would I be correct?
I'm I'm talking about everyone on the right. I just use MAGA because
everyone on the right. Okay.
Yes, limited
is violent.
Limited space on the screen is why I use the bullet points. And when I'm talking about violent, I'm not talking about inherently violent. I'm talking about people that hold that ideology overwhelmingly commit violence when you look at the actual violence committed in the country. So I'm not saying every single person is violent. I'm saying when you look at the violent acts in the country, the majority of the violence was actually perpetuated by people with that ideology. Also, I'm looking at the
wait. With what ideology? With Trump supporting ideology?
Right-wing ideology.
And how do you define right-wing ideology? This is what I want to talk to you about, because that study that you're supposed to be looking at.
People that would actually consider themselves to be conservatives and hold the conservative viewpoint, and the conservative viewpoint has changed over the years. That's why I cited this actual study, and also that's why I'm looking at the study right now.
You got to stick to Trump supporters if you're going to.
Joshua, I'm dead ass right now. Like seriously,
hey, I'm dead ass making you stumble.
I don't know what you think you're doing right now. But if you're not going to be an adult, I'm so serious. I don't know who you're used to speaking with, but I'm not them.
Dean and Park.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. You keep playing these silly ass games, I'm going to kick you. I genuinely don't need you here. Either get it together and be an adult, or I will move on.
I need you to answer.
I need you to get it together and be an adult.
Answer.
Again, you're 32. I will train you. You will have impulse control. You will be an adult. You will not be a petulant child or a toddler. You will not. You will not.
You're losing.
Now, I'm telling you right now, Joshua, I'm putting you back on mute, and I'm going to finish my sentence.
Because you're crashing out.
And if you come off mute, then you concede. You're conceding that you don't have the ability to debate. You lose, and I will kick you. If you come off mute before I finish saying what I'm saying, you're admitting you're conceding, and I'm going to kick you. Period.
You're crashing out, dude. That means
he literally just conceded. He literally just conceded. I don't think they understand like the difference between me and other people. I genuinely think because other people will platform them, that they have some type of sense of everyone is going to platform them. Everyone will give them access. Everyone will somehow put up with that shit, and I'm not them. User, I see you in my request. I'm blocking you because 1, you're not of age. 2, last time you were here, you slurred. And 3, I have you blocked on my main. So why would I bring you back? What are we doing? Anyway, I genuinely mean this. I really do. What up, Kobe? I really do mean this. MAGA, Trump supporters, I will debate you. I will have a conversation with you, but I don't need you. You're not the main character. You're just the clown in the middle of the circus performing. Your presence in my live is not required. You kick the debater? You mean just kick the debater? Yeah, well, I didn't. I mean, like, there's not how you debate with talking over people and like the weird crash in. So no, I didn't. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? All right. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Permaban Josh, yeah, no, I mean, we kicked him. Like, he's not coming back today. So, I don't know. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay. What can I call you, friend?
You can call me David.
David. All right, perfect. David, what point do you disagree with the most on the background where you would like to start?
Probably MAGA is violent.
Okay, perfect. Would you like for me to lay out why I say MAGA is violent, or would you like to lay out your premise as far why MAGA is not violent first?
You can say why MAGA is violent. You can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Give me 2 seconds. Let me say a couple of quick thank yous. Yep. W's in the chat for Fassi, who sent a $5 super chat to say happy first day of Ramadan, Santana. Wishing you good luck and support for your endeavors. Thank you so much, and happy Ramadan to you as well. W's in the chat for Fassi, who also sent another $5 super chat just to love. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Steph, who sent a $5 donation. I would literally rather get a daily sandpaper enema than listen to this guy again. He's been doing the exact same thing, over talking debate bro shit with Parker and Dean for the last few days. Listen, I don't play those games. They enjoy it, or they like will tolerate it. I don't. Like I'm like, I know how to fucking kick people. Like, I refuse. W's in the chat for Lori, who sent a $1 donation. No, you're good. You're good. Thank you, Lori, for the $1 donation, and thank you so much for that. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, David, you said you want me to lay out why I say MAGA, the right is violent. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I say that MAGA, i.e. the right, is violent is because of a couple of different premises based off of the 30-year comprehensive study that was completed, looking at mass shootings that have occurred within the United States, looking at 3 different ideologies, right wing, left wing, and also Muslim ideology. 57% of the mass shootings have been conducted by people who have right wing ideology. Also say this because MAGA Trump supporters think they have a monopoly on violence, where they feel justified in enacting violence, but feel that violence coming their way is unacceptable. Justification example is like going into Venezuela to get Nicolas Maduro. They were good with the people that were murdered to get him out. But when they talk about like what's happening in Minnesota, they feel like that Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty should have been peacefully protesting or should not have had a weapon or things like that. And so they justify the murdering of them. So those are the premises as far as why I say that MAGA and Trump supporters are violent.
So, I mean, according to CSIC International Studies, we've actually seen in the left, we've seen higher increase in attacks recently, like currently with the trans shooter. Just with the trans shooder, Robert.
Transgender people, when you talk about the domestic terrorists, I know exactly what you're talking about when you talk about
there's been an increase over the last 30 years of left-wing attacks within their ideology.
Hold on, slow down.
And that's from an international study, CSICS.
I know. I have it up right here.
Right. But then that just debunks your point.
No, it doesn't. Because what did I say? The last 30 years, right?
Over the last 30 years, there's just been more of
perfect. Now, what I need you to do is go down to figure 3. Go down. Are you looking at figure 3?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Too bad you weren't. Okay. So don't worry. I got you. Looking at figure 3, this talks about the actual quote unquote terrorist attacks and plots since 1994 and 2025. And so your justification was the increase of people that completed these actual attacks in 2025, but that was only talking about the increase from 2024 from 2025. Right. I'm going to put this on the screen and you're going to be able to take a look here. 1 second. Sorry. Hey, Connor, stop being a coward. I'm muting you. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to mute you. I'm just going to block you. You come here and do the weird shit all the time. You never request up. So like, go be weird somewhere else. All right. I'm going to put this on the screen. 1 second here.
Okay.
And the premise that you just used as far as like
the international studies
increase. I'm looking at the same thing. You were talking about the 1 year increase, but the thing that I've talked about was the 30-year history of violence, right? And so while I will agree that from 2024 to 2025, there was an actual increase, when you take a look at the comprehensive study of terrorist attack, all the red, that's right wing. All the dark blue, that's left wing. So yes, if you take a look at 2024 to 2025, yes, it increased. But look at the majority
from 1995
to 1994 to 2025. Look at
wasn't there a party switch? Wasn't there a party switch between like
not in 94?
You know, I mean, wasn't like more like left wings like considered? They had more conservative ideologies.
Not in 94,
and then it switched.
Not in 94. You can't try to use the Southern strategy to talk about 1994. Are you okay?
I mean, I've already debunked your point. You can't say MAGA is.
You literally didn't. Stop for a second. You're trying to run away from it. Don't do that, David. So the point that I made was looking at the comprehensive study over a 30-year period. This is the 30-year period. This is the amount of terrorist attacks enacted by people with right-wing ideology over 30 years versus the blue, the dark blue, is left-wing ideology. So yes, from 2024 to 2025, there was an increase, but look at the comprehensive history. And that was my point. My point wasn't that 1 year that the right had been more violent than the left. My point was for over 30 years, the right has been more violent than the left.
But
now,
you
please
said
address that.
in modern context and modern terminology, your prompt says MAGA is violent, but yet we're seeing an increase in left-wing ideologies attacking. So why is that? Why would you think it's on the rise?
When did I say it was on the rise?
It statistically is on the rise for left-wing.
I didn't say anything about
radicals.
left-wing, and be clear. When did I say? Got it. All good. When did I say anything about it being on the rise? Can you please hold on? Stop.
David, Go ahead.
Can you please, one, read what's on the background, and then two, tell me what I said in the first part of my premise when I justified my statement that MAGA is violent. You're muted. David, you muted yourself. David, I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. You literally muted. I can't even send you a request to come off mute. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It looks like he's muted on my side, but can you guys hear him? He's not? I don't hear him. He's muted? Okay, so because I can see it and it looks like he's muted, but then when I look at my my second account, it looks like he's unmuted. David, are you there? That's because he's not saying anything. He's showing that he's muted on my side, but I can't send. It must be a glitch. David, I'm going to drop you down. If you can hear me, request back up. I'm going to drop you down. If you can hear me, request back up. It looked like he was muted on my side, but then it looked like he was unmuted to you guys, but I couldn't hear him and I couldn't see him. David, request back up. I mean, I know for a fact that he didn't have anything, but also we couldn't hear him. So to be fair, I couldn't hear him and it looked like he was muted on my side. So I don't think he was just being quiet, but there was definitely something going on. David, I just saw you. Why did you leave the request? I just accepted you. He said, let you up. Literally, I hit you. You jumped out of the request.
Sorry, right, I had to take a business phone call.
Oh, okay.
So, but that's past the point.
Okay.
But what were you saying? Sorry.
Can you repeat one, can you read what's on the background? Two, can you repeat the premise of my argument as far as why, the first point why I said that MAGA, the right, is violent?
I already said that. I already debunked that point.
You didn't.
It's completely debunked.
You literally didn't because David, stop. Can you repeat one, read what's on the background?
MAGA is violent.
Okay. Now two, tell me what was the first part of the justification of me saying MAGA is violent when I talked about the 30-year study.
You said, according to the 30-year study we've seen, which is not MAGA, far right is not MAGA. Let's make that clear.
Can you please just lay out what I said?
MAGA is not considered really far right. It's more Make America Great.
David, can you please repeat what I said and stop trying to add stuff in?
What'd you say again? I'm genuinely confused.
Okay, the reason why you're confused and you think that you quote unquote debunked me is because obviously you weren't paying attention. So don't worry, I'll lay it out one more time. The premise of what I said was, if you look at the comprehensive study of violent crimes over the last 30 years, 57% of mass shootings have been conducted by people with right-wing ideology. They looked at three different ideologies, left-wing, right-wing, and Muslim ideology. And over a 30-year comprehensive study, 57% of those mass shootings were done by people that were right-wing, right?
Okay, but that's still not MAGA.
That's literally MAGA. You can sit here and try to pretend like it's not or whatever.
MAGA is more conservative.
I don't care. The conservative, Republican, MAGA, right wing, all of that is the same.
Far right is like jihadist.
That's literally not what it is.
Yeah, if you look up the definition of far right,
don't know. You literally don't.
look up where the far right started. It started in the Middle East.
The furthest point of being far right, it goes into fascism, and then you start talking about like authoritarians. You start talking about people like that. That's not quote unquote jihadists. And I just said literally, I said it looks at Muslim ideology. Hey, would jihadists be Muslims?
Predominantly Islam.
Not predominantly.
Related.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Predominantly jihadists.
And I told you the study accounted for people that have Muslim ideology. So your entire point is moot.
How? I mean, I'm just saying that we've seen an increase.
I'm telling you that your point is moot because it accounts for quote unquote jihadists. It literally accounts for that.
Without pretense, if we're speaking about today's standards, that factually is just not true. If we're speaking, if we put boots today and erase history,
why would you erase history?
It'll say that the left is statistically more violent.
Wait. Okay. Got it. Would you say that based off of? Do you like sports?
Yeah, I mean, I
you like sports?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like the NBA basketball?
Nah, I don't really like basketball.
You like football?
Yeah, football is more American.
Like football? Okay. All right. Would you say that the Seattle Seahawks are the best NFL team in the history of the NFL?
I mean, if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan.
No, I'm not saying I'm saying in your unbiased opinion, would you say the Seahawks are the best team in the history of the NFL?
They're pretty good. Best defense.
Yes or no, would you say the Seahawks are the best team in the history of the NFL?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Why not? They just won the Super Bowl today. They're the best. Why wouldn't you say they're the best in the history of the NFL?
Those are two uncomparables.
It's literally the same. You're sitting here saying that if you forget the history, if you don't look at the last 29 years and you just focus on 1 year, then my point is wrong. That wasn't the premise of my statement. Why would I look at just 1 year when you can take a mass look at 30 years? That sounds, not only does it sound idiotic, it doesn't even make sense as far as proving a point. Because 1 year could be something that happens in a silo. And I'm not making this statement off of a silo. I'm making my statement based off of comprehensive data and knowledge that we have. And it is a large data set. Like I'm not limiting my data set.
If you look at like when like the far left ideology really came into prominence, it was probably like in the early 2000s when we really saw a increase of liberalism, and we've seen on
liberalism.
It's the far left ideology. Like that's just liberalism.
What's the furthest point as far as like left-wing ideology?
Well, I mean, if we really want to take it back, we'll look at like the 1970s.
No.
In the Iran Revolution.
I need you to answer the question. What is the furthest extreme when it comes to left-wing ideology?
The furthest extreme,
yes,
would probably be like transgenderism. I would say.
First and foremost, quote unquote, transgenderism is not a thing. Secondly, that's not how ideology works. You don't understand stuff. That's why you're just saying random shit.
Well, can I finish my sentence, please?
No, because you're just saying random shit. If you don't know what the furthest extreme of left-wing ideology would be, then just say you don't know. I need you to either answer the question or just say you don't know.
What about what again?
What is the furthest extreme of left-wing ideology?
Furthest extreme of left-wing ideology, probably like just like a Marxist sort of outlook of life. It's like Marxist. Yeah, communism.
Yes, communism would be the quote unquote furthest extreme of left-wing ideology.
But Marxist is worse than communism, I would say.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Marxist is a more extreme.
You literally don't know what you're talking about. Like, fucking stop. Just stop. Stop. The point that I'm making is that when you talk about the ideology, and you can't just say that this is something that's new, because over the history of not society, but parties and ideology, while they have changed and developed and grown, the extreme versions of ideologies have been around more than just like the 70s or whatever. We have a vast history. And while both sides of the wing or party, there are different ideologies have changed and shifted. And you can even look at subgroups within the ideology. Right. It still persists under that same headline. Left-wing ideology with subgroups and right-wing ideology with subgroups, but they're still left and right.
Okay, but like if you look at like the Iran Revolution, for example,
why are we talking about the Iran Revolution?
Because that was liberalism and far.
I don't care about that. We're talking about the United States of America and the actual ideology
was far left.
David, I don't care about that. That has nothing to do with my point. What does that have to do with the point of MAGA being violent and me talking about the 30-year history of violence within
MAGA
the United
wasn't
States?
Even around 30 years ago. It's 2 years ago.
We just agreed that it's part of the right-wing ideology, and it's not 2 years ago. It's been around since 2016. It's literally been here since it's been 10 years.
10 years.
David,
that's not 30.
Did we not just agree that when we talk about ideology, there's subgroups under the ideology? Did we not just agree on that?
We did just agree on that, yeah.
Okay, so stop playing in my face like you're gonna sit here and say like, oh, MAGA's not right wing or MAGA's not the right. Yes, that's a generalization of the subgroups that's under that ideology.
Conservative does not mean it's far
conservative
right.
Is right wing.
It's right wing, but not far right.
I'm not saying that it's quote unquote far right. I'm saying it's a part of the right wing.
And you just said, but that statistic just showed that it's far right. Studies show that far right separatists are committing more domestic terrorism.
David, the reason why I say it's MAGA is violent is because it's a bullet point, and putting conservatives is violent would be too long. Putting right-wing ideology is too violent would be too long. And so when I put MAGA, I'm not specifically talking about this current movement. I'm talking about the totality of the right and its different iterations, right?
Well,
prior to MAGA, the actual group that somehow shifted and lifted and moved to MAGA was the Tea Party. Like they're all a part of the right wing. So please stop playing in my face and engage with the overall point. I gave you a comprehensive study. I gave you a comprehensive study looking at 30 years of mass shootings and violent crimes, and you countered that with a look at terrorist attacks and plots over the last 30 years. And your premise was there was an increase from 2024 to 2025. But even showing the chart that in your study that you gave me, the look over the 30 years, there's a huge discrepancy over the amount of terrorist attacks and plans from people on the right, which shows that they are engaged in a mass amount of violence.
But MAGA wasn't even a thing 10 years ago because MAGA was established during his second administration.
MAGA was established in the first administration.
No, because he ran on making America great again because of the failed administration.
That was in the first administration. You don't know what the hell you're talking. You literally,
I promise you.
Stop. Go look it up. Go and Make America Great isn't even an original Trump thing, but he did it in 2016. Go look it up. I'm going to say a couple of thank yous. W's in the chat for Sadless, who sent a $10 super chat to say a little reparations for this white nonsense. Thank you, because my head's starting to hurt. W's in the chat for Ghoul for the $4.99 super chat to say, caller, you just agreed that MAGA has lasted the last 10 years. And even looking at the three studies, the right is even more violent since they existed. Exactly. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $1 donation saying, Santana, can we please not let your current guests get less lied on the recent trans shooter? He identified with right-wing political party. You know what? You're right. I just like that. Just fucking skated past me. You're absolutely right. I have proof, actual tweets. Robert, the shooter, was not left. They were right-leaning neo-Nazi with proven support of Trump and Trump, Massey, and MJT. W's in the chat for Ryan, and even more so, like the premise that like this person, just because they identified as a transgender person, there was, I think even going back, I would have to double check. I don't think there was any full verification that this person was a part of, the transgender community. Like, I'm not gonna say that they were or were not because I don't want to strip anyone's identity from them. But like, I could have sworn that there was no verification of that. But even more so, like the ideology and also the premise behind who committed it is all still lining up, no matter if they were or were not a part of the transgender community. So there's that. W's in the chat for Gene for the $1 donation saying, I'd ask you if you want to see, I'd ask you to see if he wants to play a game, but we know how that went last night. Haha, whatever. W's in the chat for Jesse for the $10 donation saying, I usually only get to listen to you on others' lives, VODs, because I work graveyard. So I tend to take my frustration out by spamming your chat because you're the only one that I'm awake for. MAGA is so crazy. I apologize for the spam, but love what you do. Listen, you're good, Jesse. If you're one of us, then you get to spam it all you want. We're good. We're good. W's in the chat. And guys, fucking massive W's. Holy shit. I just read the message. First and foremost, W's in the chat for Shannon for the $75 donation, which is a crazy amount of money. Fucking crazy amount of money, Shannon. Thank you so much for that $75 donation and support. Holy shit. Guys, trigger warning. I'm going to throw this out. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Thank you so much for the donations, Shannon. Trigger warning. Said MAGA, violent MAGA father unalived his daughter. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Literally, and he just got off. He literally got off as they said it was an accident, but he literally shot his daughter in the chest after arguing about Donald Trump. He tried to lie and say the gun went off in his hand, but after them reviewing it, they said that the way that the shot occurred, he had to actually be pointing it and aiming at her in order to shoot her. But I think it was in Texas. It was a guy from the UK. Him and her and her boyfriend was getting ready to leave. They had just been like arguing about Trump, and he shot and killed her, and he got off. So yeah. W's in the chat for Aaron for the $1 donation saying Reagan used the phrase "Make America Great Again." So this isn't a Trump thing. Exactly, it's not. And Nazis use that shit too. W's in the chat as well for Gene for the $1 donation. Only messing with you. I have nothing love and respect. I know, Gene. I know. W's in the chat for Gene. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 1.7 thousand of us hanging out here, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Also, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're trying to get the backup account to 50,000 followers. We only got 127 new followers on this stream. We've been on for almost 2 hours. I know for a fact that there's more than 127 people that haven't followed me. So if you see that word follow, hit that follow button. Hit the follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live, but also follow the main account as well. Follow both of the accounts. If you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. David, were you able to look up and see that Donald Trump has been using quote unquote "Make America Great" ever since he started running for office?
Well, I guess Reagan kind of established the principle. So, I mean,
no, it was used before Reagan.
So you're saying all of people who've ever claimed to be MAGA are far-right terrorists, even Ronald Reagan. It's crazy. That's a crazy take to make in 2020.
When did I say that, David? Or did you
when we've seen James Hawkinson?
David, did I say that or did you just make that up?
You literally just said that.
What did I say? When did I say that all people who've used that are far right terrorists? When did I say anything like that? You said,
well, your prompt is saying MAGA is violent.
Yes. Now tell me when I said the shit that you just made up.
Is Ronald Reagan?
Yes, Ronald Reagan was absolutely violent. Ronald Reagan was behind Ronald Reagan was behind the drug epidemic that hit the black community. Yes, he was absolutely violent in multiple ways. That's not the point. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Stop playing in my face, David. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna put you on mute. I'm gonna put you on mute. David, I need you to directly engage with my point. I need you to dispute the point that I gave you as far as why the right, why MAGA is violent. I talked about that 30-year comprehensive study. I talked about the fact that looking at the justification, Javon, holy magic mute button. Javon, yeah. I don't know. That might have been a different. I was just about to say, get up here. I was just about to say, get up here. We'll see. Engage with those points that I gave you. Stop dancing around the facts. Stop playing in my face about MAGA hasn't been here or whatever, and engage in the actual information that I gave you. This is your last chance. Engage.
Okay, I'll engage. What were you talking about though? Like seriously, like run it back so I can engage in what you, because we kind of been talking about some different topics in between.
You've been talking about different topics. I've been talking about the same thing.
According to studies, the left has violent attacks more, and that I go off of studies.
What studies shows that over the last 30 years there's been more violence?
We're not talking about over the last 30 years.
You're talking about in 1 year, right? You're talking about 1 year. What did we say about that, David?
We've said there's been more.
Not the stupid shit that you keep saying. What did I say in reply to you pointing out that 1 year increase?
I mean, that just refutes your point, though.
It does not refute my point because I'm not talking about 1 year. I said over 30 years. You're playing in my fuck it. Guys, bounty, kick fund, $100 kick fund if you want them gone. Cash out, PayPal, Venmo, not YouTube. Gripping. Shut up. $100 kick fund, cash out, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you guys want them gone, fucking kick fund.
We can move on.
Shut up. I'm not gonna repeat what I said. I'm going to actually have you directly engage with the point. If you cannot engage with the point, then you lose that point, and I need you to move on with something else. Now, you keep talking about a 1 year period.
No, it's 2 years, 2, 3.
You keep talking about a 1 year period. I gave you a 30-year view of what is happening. Can you address the 30-year history of violence of the right wing? If you cannot address the 30-year history of violence of the right wing, you lose the point and you need to pick another one.
James Hawkinson open fired on Congress, who was a far left wing ideology. That's the only Congress has ever been attacked in 2017.
So again, you're not addressing the point. You're not addressing that point. You officially lose that point. David, pick another point on the background.
White privilege.
Okay. Tell me why you think white privilege either doesn't exist or it's bad. It doesn't exist or it's not bad.
Because their DEI, it says that skin color is put over merit. And we've seen that black applicants have far higher increases to get into college over than Asian American and white American through DEI.
Randomly saying shit now.
No, dude. Like, I mean, look. You just had a black president.
You just said a bunch of random shit that was all wrong.
We just had a black president.
Just FYI, David, there was nothing that you said was right. Like that entire word salad, the entire word salad that you just had, none of it was right.
So when you go to fill out a job, there's no white. It's non-Hispanic. So we can't even.
It literally says white, non-Hispanic.
It says non-Hispanic, white.
Yes. Like, how is that? What are you talking about?
How is that? Because
Hispanic people can be white.
Yeah, but it says non-Hispanic. I mean, Hispanic people.
What does that have to do with white privilege?
What privilege do I have that you don't have? Can you name one?
Lazy ass question.
Oh, because you can't name it, bro. Liberals cannot name one policy that a white person can do that a black person. We have the right to vote. We have the right.
You're fucking stupid, David.
Just one. Just one, please. One.
Stop. Your question as far as what can a white man do that a black man can't do? It's lazy. It's stupid. I have a million answers for that. It's the easiest question. Brother. It's the easiest question to answer, but you still have not laid out the premise of why you say white privilege isn't real. I want to hear an actual premise and be prepared to back anything you say up with facts and data. If you're going to say that Black people have a higher percentage of acceptance in college, then I want a source on that. So be prepared to back up anything that you say with actual evidence, because I refuse to let you continue to sit up here and lie. Go.
According to the Department of Education, African American citizens have higher scholarship incentives rather than any other American based on background.
What's the title of that? Where are you getting that information from?
That is Department of Education.org, and then it's DEI incentives, I think.
Is it titled DEI incentives? What is the title?
Yeah, I mean, you can. This is just public information.
No, I know. I need to know specifically what you're referencing. I don't need to know something that you think you read or you memorized. I need to know specifically what you're talking about so I can pull it up and look at it.
Yeah, Department of Education. But
what's the title of the article, the study? What am I looking at? And don't say just Google.
Yeah,
so
just
no.
Just
don't
look
say,
up the DI.
Don't say just Google it.
You're running.
I put you on mute. Stay on mute. Just an FYI, because I want to give an update. Let's see here. There's $36 of the $100 kick fund. $36 of the $100 kick fund. If you guys would like to get David up out of here, we are doing a bounty, $100 kick fund, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you.
Can I read you my source?
You can stay on mute until I finish speaking. $100 kick fund. We're at $36 of that. So if you guys want him gone, 64 left. David.
Yes.
I need you to directly give me the name of the source. You said it's from the Department of Education. That's fine. I'm willing to look at it. What is the name on the source?
Okay, National Center of Education Statistics.
Wait, so it's not the Department of Education?
No, it's something else. But can I read you the statistic before I'm muted?
No. What's the name of the source again? Where is it? You said National what?
National Center for Education. It says that Blacks receive 88%, while whites are 74%.
Is this the statistic indicator 2015 to 2016?
They receive 88%, while it's 74%.
David, stop trying to steamroll because you know you don't fucking have anything. Is it the one that's the 2015 to 2016 study?
This is just all around. Like this is just a general statistical
I need to know because I've already had someone bring this exact thing up. I
National
need to know.
Center of Education.
Stop. Go look. And I need you to tell me, is the title a comprehensive indicator of education in the United States and other G7-20 countries 2015?
Likelihood to receive grants 74% to 34%.
David, answer the question. Is this the study from 2015? Yes or no?
This is just a general study off of national.
No, it's not. It's literally not. There's no.
But now you don't want to look at the 30-year.
There's no general study listed here. Read the title.
Look it up, dude. You can.
I have it in front of me. Read the title again, David.
This is all public information. That
read the title again.
Receive higher grants.
David, I don't care about you trying to lie. I want you to tell the truth. Read the title again.
All right, you ready? Do I have to?
What's the title?
National Center
for
Education.
Not the source. What is the title?
National Center for Education. That's the title.
That's not
look it
the
up.
title.
Please just look it up.
That's literally not the title, you fucking idiot. What's the title of the source?
Get your buddy Dean up here. Get your buddy Dean up here. You need some help.
David, I'm being so dead ass serious right here. Right here, right now. I'm being completely serious. I need you to give me the name of the source. The name of the source.
Oh, it's from 2019. It's from 2019.
That's fine. Give me the name of the source. And FYI, guys, there's only $34 left in the kick fund. Give me the name of the source, not where it's from, the name.
Indicator 22 financial aid off of the National Center for Education.org.
Okay.
You'll see 88% of grants are to them. While 74%.
No, stop. You said indicator. You literally just said indicator 22 college enrollment, right? That's what you said. Am I accurate?
Financial aid.
Did you say indicator 22 college enrollment?
Financial aid.
Indicator 22 financial aid.
Than whites.
Indicator 22 financial aid.
Get debunked, boy.
David, I need you to listen to me right now. This is the last time I'm going to warn you.
This is 2 for 2 debunks, by the way.
David, you saying random shit and not actually proving your source is not you debunking
I just
anything.
gave you it.
I need you to stop and listen. Are you saying indicator 22, is it college enrollments or what does it say after indicator 22?
Financial aid, February 2019.
Okay.
Well, you'll
Financial
see black
aid.
applicants
Financial
received 88%.
Financial aid. Okay, cool. I'm right here. 2019 data. All right?
Off of like National
All right,
Center.
so this is so not only are we looking at something that is now 7 years old, but let's take a look at the actual data.
Okay,
from
now
7
we
years ago.
can't look at stuff that's old, huh? But you were just doing that with the MAGA is violent stuff. It's the man, dude. Come on, bro. Now you don't want to look at the 30-year history, right?
So I just said that we're going to look at this, but this isn't a comprehensive study over years. This is looking at the financial aid, and this is literally. One second. I'm going to put this on the screen. So, indicator 22 financial aid, last updated February 19th. I'm sorry, February 2019, right? That's when it was last updated. But the data that they're using is from 2015 to 2016. You didn't even look at the actual information. There's been updates that occurred in 2019.
So that wasn't even before
this
DEI.
data. Stop it. This data is literally from 2015 and 2016. So not only did you not look at the source, not only did you not verify the information, and it's not only it's been updated 7 years ago, but the actual data that they're using in this has not been updated since 2015 and 2016. So
Probably
David,
worse.
so tell me, why are we looking at data, not a comprehensive study since 2015,
right.
but we're looking at the financial data that's comparing 2015 and 2016. Those that 1 year span, the change in 2015 to 2016.
So why didn't you?
So no,
why didn't you read the
question,
88% versus the 74% of financial
because
aid?
that's comparing 2015 to 2016. What are you talking about?
But that's just a national average, bud. Your national.
Fine. Listen, David, I got something for you.
So you're debunked 2 times. What's next, bud?
Sure. You lost. I need you to just listen to this for a second. You lost.
I gotta thank my people first.
That's fine. You lost. David, I need you to stay on mute and listen. David, not only did you lose, right? And I'm gonna say thank you to all the people that added to the kick fund, because you're out of here, right? But even more
Stop
so,
running, boy.
what I'm doing, you've already been kicked. But what I'm gonna do, because you've been so overwhelmingly annoying, not only am I gonna kick you, but you're going on the permaban list, meaning that you're not coming back.
Because you got the
because you not only lied, but you're stupid, right? So there's a difference between lying and being stupid. You lied and you were stupid. But David, guess what? Hold on, I got something extra special for you.
You're debunked.
And this is only for the people that are the worst of the worst. I'm also a mod for some of the other spaces that you love to try to come up on, and I've seen you in other people's boxes. I'm gonna permaban you from all of their lives as well. And anytime I hear your voice
Because you like
forward, shh, I'm gonna make sure that you're no longer platform on any of those spaces either.
Got my own fan base.
You don't get to talk anymore here or any of the other lives. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And for people who wonder if I really do it, I fucking really do it. Not gonna hold you. I am a mod for almost all of your favorite left-wing creators. And I absolutely, anytime I check to see who's in their request, if I see someone that I said is no-go, I either kick them out of the request, or if I ban them, then I'll ban them there too. I literally will permaban them there too. So yeah, that account, David, no. Thank you for the gloves. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. I will hop in here in just a second and say thank you to all the people that added to the Kick Fund, because it was a lot. You guys were fucking awesome. W's in the chat. Let's see if we can get another person up here for some debates first. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Mr. Willie, I'm positive you don't mean to be in the box, so I'm gonna go ahead and kick you. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. 1.7 thousand people hanging out here. Look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. We are on our way to 50,000 followers on the backup account. And so far we got 158 followers on this live. I know there's more than 158 people that have not followed me on this account. Hit that follow button. And also follow the main account. We're driving towards 100,000 followers on the main account. So please, please, please follow both of the accounts. And we will continue to grow and do what we do. Continue to grow and do what we do. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree. You said no thanks. Oh, okay. I'm assuming that, well, first and foremost, you're watching. So I know that you like me, but I'm going to go ahead and send you a request. You said no thanks. Come up here and tell me about it. Why are you so fragile that you obviously love seeing your people get dog walked, right? You love seeing MAGA get dog walked. That's why you're here. You're here because you like that. But for some reason, you don't want to follow. Fine. I don't care. But you're also not going to sit in my comments and run your mouth. You're not going to sit in my comments and run your mouth. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Get in the box. I sent you a request. I literally sent you a request. Oh, that was an accident. All good. All good. All good. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, guys. We're only looking for some debates. I love you more. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The right, MAGA, Trump supporters, the country's sick. The reason why the country's sick is because of white privilege, is because of American exceptionalism, is because the fact that MAGA is violent. The right is violent. The left, we're not absolved. We're not absolved. We have these weird purity tests. We eat our own. We do all those things. And then the patriarchy. Can't forget about the patriarchy. Not them still sitting there watching me with the invite on, but they still haven't accepted that invite. Accept that invite. Accept that invite. Conflict and interest. Accept that invite. Get up here. Why are you the invite is literally sitting on your screen. The invite is literally sitting on your screen. Get up here. No, you're just gonna be a coward. You just gonna okay. And I thought MAGA was filled with a bunch of alpha males. Isn't that what they said? Isn't like, wasn't before Charlie Kirk got Kirk, right? Before that happened, didn't he say that men on the right have higher levels of testosterone? Like before Kirk started leaning left, he talked about the fact that if you vote left, you have to have less testosterone. That's what he said. But right, like MAGA, like you guys, you're proving him wrong. Get in the box. If you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Sorry, I didn't mean to come up.
All right, no worries. I'll drop you down. Said Charlie has 0 testosterone now. That's real. W's in the chat for C. Luz, who sent a $10 super chat. Say, as a white person, David is a perfect example of why I think white people should be replaced. Disgusting behavior. You know what I don't understand? It's really weird when people try to sit here and pretend as if they like did something without making a point. Like we all saw that, right? We all saw that he tried to negate me saying there's 30 years of proof of the right being violent. And he said, well, look at 2025. He tried to offset 30 years of data and studies based off of a 1 year increase, a year over year increase from 2024 to 2025. Like that's what he did. Am I tripping? What did it say? What was this? MAGA always said liberal. Yeah. And you know what's funny? About and he also did give education data from 2015, 2016. You know what's funny though? No one has come up here to debate and said, well, like, this is why your point isn't true, without saying, what about them? When they talk about white privilege isn't real. Look what black people are getting. They literally try to justify the fact that white privilege isn't real because there are programs and additional policies or things that had to be created in order to make more things or to make things more equal. Like that's literally the pushback on white privilege. The way they counteract white privilege is by saying, well, they created all this other stuff. How is that white privilege? They literally created the stuff to fight white privilege. What? Your justification that white privilege isn't real is that they had to create different policies and programs to counteract white privilege. Their argument against MAGA, the right being violent, has been, well, take a look at the left. The left is violent. Or I think they're all violent. That's that weird both sides shit that they've been trying to do. And I don't let them get away with that. That is just like when they say, well, the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the reason why I voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris is because it was, you know, I made the decision. It was the lesser of two evils. But they can never name Kamala Harris as evil. Hi, Amy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, that was an accident. So sorry.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. They can never, ever, ever say what the quote unquote evil is of Kamala Harris. And the quote unquote lesser of two evils. My point is always, what did Kamala Harris do that was so evil that even comes close to being a 34 count felon, an adjudicated rapist, a racist, a classist, a fascist? Donald Trump told us he wanted to be a dictator on day one. Literally said he wanted to be a dictator on day one. But Kamala Harris laughed funny? What are we doing? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. What can I call you? I don't want to call you Trump whatever for like that's weird. I'd rather call you like a real name as a real person.
Well, it's Trompito, right? It's a Hispanic specific name. Is that okay?
Yeah, but like what can I actually call you as like a normal person? What's your name?
You can call me 47 if you don't prefer Trumpito.
I'm gonna call you Bob. We're gonna call you Bob, okay?
Well, it's not a very Latino name,
Bob?
right? But that's okay. How about Jose?
I mean, that's fine. I'm sorry.
Jose? You can call me Jose. How's that?
Okay, that's what you want, Jose. All right, perfect. Jose, which point do you disagree with the most on the background, or where you would like to start?
Well, I mean, we can start with MAGA is violent, right?
Okay, perfect. Before we do then, can I just say thank you to a couple of quick people, and then we'll get into it?
Absolutely, this is your panel.
Perfect, thank you. Guys, this is for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for all the people that added to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Angela for the $10 to the Kick Fund. Say, get this dog whistling numbskull out of here. He got permaban. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 for the Kick Fund. Why does the matter persist? Every year, the far-right violence increase, and we've yelled about it, but they didn't. Suddenly, yep, absolutely. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Jenna for the $10 for the Kick Fund. W's in chat for Brittany said, according to his logic, violence doesn't exist because nothing has happened in the present, which is a microsecond right now. Add this to the Kick Fund. Absolutely. W's in chat for Rachel for the $5 said, kick this little boy fund. W's in chat for Tucker, who added $34, said, kick him. W's in the chat for Barbara, who sent $25 and said, kick this ass. I seriously can't anymore. Others may let him get away with this BS. I'm here because you don't. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Darlene for the $5 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Madison, who sent $5, said, bye, David. Exactly. W's in the chat for Amy for the $10 donation, saying this guy is only interested in winning a debate. So childish, no thought about his future or just winning a debate in the moment and really doesn't understand what's going on around him. The sad part about all that is like he literally didn't even do it. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Kyrie for the $5 said Kick Fund. David can't see beyond his nose on his face and is annoying. Absolutely. There's some other thank yous that I have to read, but we're going to make sure we get on to the debate first. I don't want to hold this up, but I will like to say if you guys, anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. Sorry. So Jose, you were saying that yes, you are a Trump supporter and you want to start with MAGA, the right is not violent. Tell me why you say that.
Oh, to get the proper term here, can you tell me what MAGA is or what your definition of it is?
Yeah, so when I say MAGA, it's just a shortening for anyone that falls within the right-wing ideology. There's different subgroups of the right, just like there's different subgroups of the left. So when I talk about MAGA, it's talking about in any of the terminology we use, Republicans, conservatives, MAGA, that type of thing.
Okay, fair enough. Do you have maybe a ballpark range of how many people are identify as conservative in this country?
People that vote that way. For me, my baseline at this moment is based off of two things. Who did you vote for in the last election? And if the election were held today, knowing what you already know, would you still vote for Trump? If you align with those things, then I would say that you actually fall within that ideology, whether you say, oh, I agree with some of the stuff or not some of the stuff or whatever the case may be. So like it's people who have voted for him, especially if you triple Trump, but also people who continue to support him, knowing what they know today.
Okay, fair enough. So I don't think we're violent at all, right? I'm a triple Trumper. Okay, maybe you can call me that instead. But I just don't understand. What do you think makes us violent? Like, what's violent about us?
Sure. The reason why I say that MAGA or the right is violent is because of a couple of things. Comprehensive study, 30 years shows that 57% of all mass shootings was committed by people with right-wing ideology when comparing it to left-wing and Muslim ideology. And then also talking about the monopoly of violence that right-wing MAGA thinks that they have on violence, meaning that they feel like violence enacted or by them is justified while violence coming towards them is unjustified. And I have examples as far as what do I mean by that if you want the examples.
So the study that you're citing cites that right wing is more violent, right? Are those groups also including groups that are anti-MAGA? Are they considered right wing as well?
The actual study that was completed looks at anyone who holds the right-wing conservative ideology, the things that have aligned with the party over the last 30 years. Even though the party has grown and developed past the last 30 years, it's common key indicators for people who hold ideology that is specific to the right wing.
Right. But the study you're citing, if it's the same one I'm thinking about, has a lot of right-wing groups in there that are anti-MAGA or anti-Trump, right? So would you still group those into the MAGA movement despite them not fundamentally agreeing with anything that Trump is doing?
Yes, because again, like I said, I'm using the term MAGA to talk about right-wing ideology, because putting anything else except quote unquote MAGA would be too long. That's just a bullet point for the background.
Okay, fair enough. So would you think somebody like Jose, right, myself, right, just a typical Hispanic man in this country, would you say I'm violent? I'm a triple Trumper.
I don't know if you're violent or not. I'm not saying that every individual who has voted or currently supports Donald Trump is violent. But what I am saying is that there's a history and perpetuation of violence on the right wing. And then there's also justification. That's why I gave those different points. So the biggest thing, like I said, for justification is we can talk about the violence that was used in Venezuela when going to extract Nicolas Maduro. The people feel like they're justified as far as the lives that were taken in order to actually go in and get Nicolas Maduro out, the people that were murdered, because they felt like it needed to happen. But then they feel like it's unjustifiable if there's any type of violence coming their way. Meaning, when you take a look at situations like what happened in Minnesota with Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good, they say while they don't necessarily think they should have been murdered, they justify the murdering because they should have, quote unquote, been peacefully protesting or not had the weapon or things like that. So they think that not only are they justifying, but they think they have an actual monopoly on when violence can or cannot be enacted.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the Venezuela thing, right? Because that's an official government act, so it's not just like random right-wingers, right? Okay, and absolutely.
Wait, I didn't say it was carried out by right-wingers. I said they find justification in it.
Right, which is the government at this point, right? Did you have the same opinion when Obama had his countless drone strikes and unalived, I think it was over 3,000 people that you would consider innocent in that time in Syria? Okay, so then if we're gonna judge it by that, then perhaps the left is also pretty violent, right? If they're justifying.
What do you mean? Like literally, your question, like you said, do I make sure I understood your question? Are you saying was I for or against Obama and his drone strikes?
Well, I'm just saying I would argue that because
no, I'm saying is that your question?
No. I'll clarify. So
please, because I might have misunderstood it.
That's okay. It happens. So based on just government acts in general, if we compare Trump versus Obama, I would say that Obama or a left-leaning government is inherently more violent because of the drone.
I'm not talking about the government, though. That my point wasn't about the government. That's why I said I'm not mentioning the government. I'm saying the justification of the action. The people that are supporting it do through justification, not the actual government enacting it. I'm not going to blame the government I'm not going to blame the people for what the government is doing, even the people that voted to put these people in power. I'm not going to say they're responsible for every single thing. I will say they enabled it with their vote, but I'm not going to sit there and say like the fact that it happened is their fault. But what I will say is that once this has happened, people have been justifying this action. And that's why I say they feel like they have a monopoly on violence.
I would disagree. You don't really have full examples to show why you would assume MAGA is violent, right?
I just gave you a full dispute anything that I said. Wait, but do you understand the examples that I gave as far as justification?
Yes, you're giving me opinions of people about the ICE shootings, right? That's what
does it mean when I say that they feel they have a monopoly on violence?
I don't know. I don't think they do, though, because
okay, but if you don't know, then maybe you should say, what do you mean by that? Because maybe that's the piece that's missing. Like maybe you're missing the understanding because you don't know what I mean by that.
Okay, so who is they? Who has the monopoly? Who do you believe has the monopoly on this?
People who are right wing feel like they have the monopoly on violence. When I say the monopoly on violence, When I say the monopoly on violence, I mean they think that anytime that violence is deemed to be justifiable in their eyes, then violence can be used. If violence is not justifiable in their eyes, then violence should not be used. That's why I said, one, when you take a look at what happened in Venezuela, you saw people championing the people that needed to be murdered in order to extract Nicolas Maduro. They thought that the murder was justifiable because they wanted to get Nicolas Maduro out. But then when you take a look at what's happening in Minnesota, the quote unquote protests were not peaceful protests in their eyes. Alex Preddy should not have had a weapon, even though it was a legal weapon granted to him and protected under the Second Amendment. The justification was, while we don't agree with the murders, they should not have been unpeacefully protesting and should not have had a weapon. And so the murder is justifiable. So when I say they feel like that they have the monopoly on violence, they feel like they're the ones who can dictate when and how violence does or does not happen. That's what I'm saying.
Like me, I don't think the Preddy one was justified at all. I think that was completely unjustified. I do, however, believe that everything that happened in Venezuela is perfectly okay. So it's generalizing is not a good thing, right? Just because you're MAGA doesn't automatically mean you're going to agree with every single MAGA point. So I feel like you're generalizing who has a monopoly, who's violent, and you're showing specific examples, sure, but that doesn't speak for the whole base, right?
Sure. So why do you think I gave the study and then combine that with rhetoric? Why do you think I gave like factual data points and then?
Well, the study includes right-wing groups that
hold on,
don't
stop for a second.
identify.
Listen to the question. Why do you think that I gave the point about the study that had comprehensive data to support it, and then talked about the rhetoric that has been used? Why do you think I gave both of those things?
Oh, sure. So it's to try to loop something together. When the study you cited also includes right-wing groups that don't identify as MAGA, nor do they like the president, right? So you're still looping us all in together, despite your actual study proving that we're not the same.
Oh my God. Okay. Let's take this back a half a step. Tell me again why this says MAGA, and tell me why it doesn't say right wing. Tell me why it doesn't say conservatives. Tell me why it doesn't say Republicans. Tell me why I said this says MAGA.
Because you identified us all in the same bunch. That's why.
You said, who would I qualify as MAGA, and what do I mean by that? What did I tell you?
You said somebody who either voted for Trump 3 times or would still vote for him now.
No. You said what I currently deem as MAGA, but when I'm talking about this bullet point, there was the first thing that the first question you had for me. What did I say about that?
Like I said, you said anyone who still supports Trump at this time.
I didn't. You said, how would I deem that today? Don't worry about it. I got it. I said the reason why this says MAGA is because it's a bullet point, and putting anything else on the background would be too long. And when I say MAGA, I'm using that as a catch-all term for right-wing ideology. And you said, what do I mean by that? I said right-wing ideology, just like left-wing ideology, has different subgroups. So you can look at the subgroups that are within right-wing ideology, whether you're talking about Republicans, conservatives, MAGA, or even this new quote-unquote America First faction that's forming full of groypers. Like, all of those still hold to right-wing ideology. And so when I talked about the comprehensive study over the 30 years, it does not matter that it's people that may or may not like Donald Trump, may or may not support Donald Trump. It is looking at the people whose ideology aligns with the key principles of the right wing. I've said that the right wing ideology has changed over the last 30 plus years, but the core principles that have been on the right wing are those things that align with these people that engage in these mass shootings. So again, you're trying to play semantics with wordplay when I've clearly defined why this says MAGA and what do I mean as far as the right wing. So please engage with the point as far as me looping the actual data and information about the comprehensive 30-year study, and then also giving you the rhetoric that is currently being used by people who are justifying the actions of Venezuela and the actions in Minnesota.
Right. So then your prompt is completely incorrect, which is fine. Okay. So
hey, the prompt isn't incorrect. You're just being stupid. Like, seriously, stop playing in my face. You're literally trying to play in my face because I don't have enough to put a longer bullet point. You're being willfully obtuse or you're stupid. I don't care which one, but I'm over it. Engage with the point. Maybe it's a combination. Engage in the point.
It's not MAGA. That's all I'm saying. You were wrong about that.
It's literally MAGA. You're wrong. You can't prove me wrong.
Well, I actually can. You yourself prove.
You can't. You literally can't.
You just use groypers.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, sure. So do groypers, are they part of the MAGA movement?
Did I say it's about the quote unquote MAGA movement, or did I say it was about right wing ideology? It does matter what I said.
Okay, so then your prompt is incorrect, right?
The prompt is not incorrect. You are a fucking idiot.
That's okay.
You're just an idiot.
That's okay.
You like
Maybe
if this is if this is the best that you have, the best that you have is that the word says MAGA, and you can't actually engage as far as what I explain, then you lose. You just lose. Like that's the only thing that you could say. Well, this isn't MAGA. This doesn't say MAGA. That's such a weak cop-out. Like, that's the best that you have. You can't refute any of the actual evidence. You can't actually engage in any of the debate. The only thing that you can do is say, well, that word doesn't apply, even though I explained to you why I had to put the shortened version on the background. You literally have nothing.
That's right. So, I mean, crash out, you lose, right? That's
for you, Bub. That's not for me. That's for you.
My name's Jose. Remember?
Whatever, Bub. That's for you. Now, would you like to actually engage with the premise of the argument, or are you going to sit here and try to play semantic games?
Well, no, that's okay. So let's look. You said the study's 30 years. Okay, great. Let's look at the last maybe 10 mass shootings in the country. Can you identify which ones were conservatives?
We can take a look at them, but I'm a little confused as far as why would we only take a smaller subset? Like, what's the point of the smaller
sample set? You're using a 10-year study. I'm showing you.
I'm using a 30-year. I'm using a 30-year study.
Right. So let's 30 years, maybe you got it. Okay, perfect. Now let's look at recent trends, right? Let's look at if the study remains the same, I would expect the majority of the top 10 shootings in this country to be conservatives, right? So let's look at those and identify those.
Stop. What would be the purpose? Like you understand when studies are completed that they expand the data set versus shrinking the data set, right? No one ever says this is too much data. Because we already have a conclusive point. Let's shrink this down, unless you're literally trying to isolate and manipulate a point. Why would that make any sense?
So let's do this. Your 30-year study, when did it end?
In 2025.
It ended. So the last year that they documented was 2025.
Yes, it was a study from 94 to 25.
Okay, perfect. And what percentage of those were conservative led
57%.
57%. Okay. Do you think that trend remains the same today?
From 2024 to 2025, if you're going to cite the CICS study or whatever, when it comes to terrorist attacks and plan, yes, left-wing ideology, terrorist attacks and plan has increased from 2024 to 2025. Yes, a year-over increase. But if you take a look at the entire 30-year history of terrorist attacks and plans, it is substantially higher when it comes to right-wing ideology. Is that where you were about to go?
Absolutely.
It's the same argument that I've been having all morning. It's fine. I want you to look, don't even worry about it. I'm going to put it on the screen and I want you to address this directly.
I appreciate it.
I want you to address this directly.
Excellent. Thank you.
You guys say the same shit over and over. You guys don't get tired. I literally get tired of repeating the same thing over and over. It's weird that you guys don't get tired of saying like the same stupid shit over and over. This is the study that you were getting ready to cite. Right? This is the trend that you were just about to get ready to talk about. This increase from here to here, from here to here. That's what you were going to talk about. Can you talk about all of this? What about all of this? Can you account for all of this? Can you speak to any of that?
Sure. So at some point, it appears you are correct. Groups not always associated with MAGA, but right-wing ideology, were inherently more violent. However, since we are in today's day and not in the past, right, unless you have a DeLorean, we should focus on why the trend is shifting, right?
This right here is when Donald Trump started running for office. This is where this is 2015. This is when Donald Trump started running for office. There were massive increase in peaks And this is specifically quote
You
unquote
attribute it to
MAGA.
the president?
This is specifically quote unquote MAGA.
How?
If you want to be pedantic, then this is specifically MAGA right here.
So
again,
the study links
can
it?
you
Wait.
can
Does
you
your study link
can
Trump's
you
running for
specifically
president
address?
with violence?
I'm telling you, this is the time frame where he entered the political
that's
arena.
fine, but
because
does
you
your
just
study
tried
have
to
any
somehow
evidence?
actually say that it looks at a time when it was quote unquote this or quote unquote that. You're trying to separate the entire argument. You're literally trying to separate my argument.
You just mentioned when Trump became a candidate, the rise in conservative violence occurred. Do you have any study to link Trump running for office to that rise?
When did I say that?
Well, you just said this is when Trump started running for office. Look at the trend. So you are implying that because he became a candidate, violence increased. Do you have something to back that up?
I didn't imply that.
You didn't.
I didn't imply that.
Let's not.
I literally didn't imply that,
sir.
I did not imply that.
Absolutely. Okay.
What I said,
why'd you highlight it?
What I said, I don't have to imply shit. I say things with my chest. If I wanted to say it, if I wanted to say Donald Trump caused it, I would have said it. I don't have to hide behind, secondhand, hiding my hand. I don't do that. I say things with my chest. The point that I made is if you want to be pedantic and you want to pretend that MAGA is not accountable for all the other time prior to that. I said you can look at that time frame where MAGA was actually a thing, and there's been increases during that time frame. That was the point. So if you want to sit here and pretend that you can't look at the data prior to 2015, then even if you look at the data since 2015, not only has the majority of the crimes been committed by people with that quote unquote right-wing MAGA ideology, but there are certain points where they increased year over year. That's the point.
So why was there an increase? Do we know? Is there like a study to?
It's in the study. Did you not read the study?
No, you're the one who's citing the study, bro. Not me.
You cited this study. This is different. This was the one that you were about to try to use to actually disprove me.
No, I didn't actually. I don't even know what study that is.
Okay, so you're playing in my face. Got it. Don't worry about it.
How am I playing in your face? You brought up a study.
Go on mute.
You're speaking on it.
Go on mute. Because I talked about weapons, right? I talked about mass shootings with weapons. I didn't say anything because I literally said, was this the study that you were getting ready to cite? And you said yes, but don't even worry about it. We're just going to run the tape back. Like you're sitting here trying to play in my face and I'm not for it. So don't even worry about it. We're just going to run the tape back.
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
All right. That you can't refute any of the actual evidence. You can't actually engage in any of the debate. The only thing that you can do is say, well, that word doesn't apply, even though I explained to you why I had to put the shortened version on the background. You literally have nothing.
That's right. So, I mean, crash out, you lose, right? That's
for you, Bub. That's not for me. That's for you.
My name's Jose.
Whatever, Bub. That's for you. Hey, would you like to actually engage with the premise of the argument, or are you going to sit here and try to play semantic games?
Well, no, that's okay. So let's look. You said the study's 30 years. Okay, great. Let's look at the last maybe 10 mass shootings in the country. Can you identify which ones were conservatives?
We can take a look at them, but I'm a little confused as far as why would we only take a smaller subset? Like, what's the point of the smaller
you're
sample
using
set?
a 10-year study. I'm showing
I'm using a 30-year.
I'm
using a 30-year study.
Right. So let's 30 years maybe. You got it. Okay, perfect. Now let's look at recent trends, right? Let's look at the if the study remains the same, I would expect the majority of the top 10 shootings in this country to be conservative.
I went back a little too far. Sorry, let me jump this ahead just a little bit to make sure that we're not wasting too much time. 1 second. Okay, sorry. Too much data because we already have a conclusive point. Let's shrink this down unless you're literally trying to isolate and manipulate a point. But why would that make any sense?
So let's do this. Your 30-year study, when did it end?
In 2025.
It ended, so the last year that they documented was 2025.
Yes, it was a study from 94 to 25.
Okay, perfect. And what percentage of those were conservative?
57%.
57%. Okay. Do you think that trend remains the same today?
From 2024 to 2025, if you're going to cite the CICS study or whatever when it comes to terrorist attacks and plan, yes, left-wing ideology, terrorist attacks and plan has increased from 2024 to 2025. Yes, a year-over increase. But if you take a look at the entire 30-year history of terrorist attacks and plans, it is substantially higher when it comes to right-wing ideology. Is that where you were about to go?
Absolutely.
It's the same argument that I've been. So you sat there and said that you didn't bring this up, like you were literally trying to get there, and I jumped up and cut you off because this is the same thing that I've been talking about all day. So you can sit there and pretend that you didn't quote unquote bring it up, but you literally admitted that that's what you were just about to talk about, and I cut you off.
Right. Well, you cut me off and you were wrong, right? So if you listen to it, what I did is I pulled up the last 10 mass shootings in the country and identified which ones were conservatives. I didn't have an actual study, right? So you pulled up a study and you said, I gotcha. There's a study this has nothing to do with what I was pulling up. It was not the study I pulled up.
Wait,
shootings and who's conservative.
Your way of refuting my 30-year study of violence for right-wing ideology was for you to say, look at the last 10 mass shootings in the country.
That's right. That's correct.
How does the last 10 mass shootings in the country refute 30 years of data? How does that refute 30 years of data?
Very simple. Because you have to look at the trends, right? And what's happening and what's changing. So if you play back your tape, as you like to call it, right? I've already conceded the point that, sure, it seems that conservatives were more violent. That's fine. I've already said that. So already conceded that. Now I'm moving on to the trend. I'm asking you, why is it changing in 2025, 2026, when it's been the same for 30 years? Despite having, according to you guys, a very polarizing president, a very violent president, somebody who's not a nice guy, right? He's in office right now, but we are actually less violent now. Why is that?
We can take a look at those, but before we do, where did you get the information on the last 10 mass shootings within the United States?
So there's this big, beautiful AI called Gemini. Have you heard of it before? Very beautiful. Yeah, you can use that one if you'd like.
No, I don't need AI. I need you to tell me specifically where you have your data from. I don't care about your AI. I need the actual source from the AI. I don't accept, look at the AI. Tell me where the source is.
Oh, sure. Let me look that up. Sorry. I don't get that far. I'm poorly educated.
Yeah, I can tell. While he does that, I'm going to say a couple of thank yous. W's in the chat for Angel for the $2 super chat to say they don't like you. Jose, this is embarrassing. This is absolutely embarrassing. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $15 donation saying reparations for having to deal with these racist maggots. And for, yeah, like that's fucking wild. I couldn't believe that comment was made by that person, but you know, and thank you for, yeah, no, I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Gregory for the $5 donation saying Santana, I hate to think this, but I believe white supremacists and white supremacist Christian nationalists worship BAAL. This is a god of material greed, selfishness, hatred, racism, and religious bigotry, pure ideology set. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. W's in the chat for Joe for the $4 donation saying, just tell this guest that the shooter earlier this week. Oh, I'm not even gonna read that part off because it's a part of what I was about to say, Joe. Don't try to jump in. Don't try to steal my argument, Joe. W's in the chat for Joe. W's in the chat for Keith for the $1 donation saying ICE just killed a special ed teacher, education teacher in Georgia. Yeah, we were talking about that this morning as far as them actually chasing a undocumented immigrant. And W's in the chat for Joe for the $2 donation saying asks if he knows any other school shootings that happened the same day Kirk was assassinated. I'm sure he doesn't know about that. MAGA news feed only focus on left wing and don't tell the whole story. Absolutely. W's in the chat as well. Let's see here. I think this is earlier. Yep, this is earlier, and I didn't get to this. W's in the chat for Summer for the $5 that was added towards the kick fund. W's in the chat for Rook, who added $25 on David's head for the kick fund. W's in the chat for Lexi for the $5. Said boot this dude. He's just saying blatant lies. He absolutely was. Those were from the kick fund from earlier. W's in the chat for Summer for who's in the $20 donation saying name the source exactly. W's in the chat for Shannon. Shannon sent another $40. Massive W's in the chat for Shannon. Another $40 saying bye. W's in the chat for Shannon. W's in the chat for Non-Vader who sent a $36 donation saying I don't remember the ATM left to kick. The amount left to kick. Oh, this was earlier too. I didn't realize that. Dang it, I missed those. I'm so sorry, guys. W's in the chat for Dustin for thank you for all that you do. W's in the chat for all the donors. I'm sorry for people who send cash apps. For some reason, like all the cash apps, instead of like having its own individual email, they've all been collapsing into like one email. So sometimes it's hard for me to see it. I got to figure out why it's doing that, and like that's why I get kind of off track with cash apps. I really apologize. But W's in the chat. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Jenna, who sent not last but not least, but Jenna, W's in the chat for Jenna for the $10 donation saying, can you post one of the studies that shows these people overly violence from the right much higher than the left, not just mass shootings? Yeah, I can. Like even their study that they gave me about terrorism, like literally cooks them. W's in the chat for Anna, who sent a $10, I think this is Scandinavian. I'm sorry, $20 Scandinavia said right wing are ICE now. They're not counted. Oh, that's a good point. And he ran. W's in the chat for Trisha for the $10 donation saying MAGA identifies getting less violent, or MAGA individuals getting less violent. I wonder why. When ICE is employing their white supremacist groups and their cult leaders is committing to daily war crimes, even smaller violence acts like the UFC on the White House lawn, MAGA is getting their violent kicks other ways. Exactly. W's in the chat for all the donors. W's in the chat for Rust Belt for the $5 super chat. Say, wish I could have talked to the last caller about Reagan. I lived through those years and it was horrible. I can only imagine. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. And I will read that out. 1.9 thousand people hanging out here, guys. Keep tapping the screen, please, please, please. Tap the screen. We're trying to get the backup accounts of 50,000 followers. So hit that follow button. We're trying to drive it to 50,000 followers, but also follow the main account. We're trying to get the main account to 100,000 followers. Please, please, please. Let's get that up to JB. Like that's a fucking weird thing for you to say. Where'd JB go? It looks like he's already been muted. JB, you're a disgusting piece of shit. Like, what are we doing? You're a disgusting piece of shit. Follow the main account. Oh, right here. Good. I'm so glad that you actually identified you right there. Go ahead and take that mute. As a matter of fact, how about you take this block, you clown? I'm going to say shit like that in my comments. Follow the main account. This is the main account. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. Yeah, he absolutely did run after trying to cite AI. And the reason why he was trying to cite AI and the reason why I wanted him to do that is because I do have the gunviolencearchives.org, which chronologizes the mass shootings that have occurred. And for anyone wondering, on February the 16th, it was Rhode Island. On February the 15th, there was a mass shooting in Alabama, Ohio, Missouri, North Carolina, Florida, Louisiana. All of those were on the 15th. On the 12th, Louisiana. On the 10th, Florida. On the 9th, Washington. on the 8th California, on the 8th California and Florida, and so on and so on. Not only do I have this complete archives, it gives the incident report, the source, and it also tells like the victims. It gives like a whole breakdown of the information. And the point that I was getting ready to get to is even by his own premise, as far as like, oh, look at the last 10 mass shootings. He was wrong. He was literally wrong. He literally had nothing, and he was literally wrong. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Hey, the weirdo that has like Jeffrey Epstein 123, I would never allow you on my platform with that type of bullshit. You can get out the box. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing at all. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Oh, that person dropped. That person dropped as well. I'm just going to kick this person. And I don't think this person is, I don't think this person is a Trump supporter. So I'm going to drop this person out. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're looking for some debates. America's sick, right? I mean, I know that it's that time of year that cold and flu season or whatever, but the country has been, in my opinion, on life support for a long time. And that's literally due to white privilege, right? White privilege has been something that has plagued our country and continued to harm. The funny thing about white privilege that people don't understand is it's not just harmful to people who don't have white privilege, but it's literally harmful to people that do have white privilege. Like that's the point that they don't even understand. It's not beneficial to anyone, period. But also American exceptionalism. The idea that like America is just the best is just wrong, because no one can ever say anything outside of, oh, look at the military, look at the GDP. Like you take a look at the standard and the quality of living of Americans and you compare it to other countries and it's not even close, right? You can take a look at the fact that the right, MAGA, is violent. You can take a look at the left. We self-sabotage and eat our own.
Hey man, I just want to say thank you so much for like defending these like how you really make my day. You make me laugh, stuff. And I really appreciate it.
That. But are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh no, I just want to say thank you and stuff.
I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Please don't request up if you're not a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I understand that sometimes we run through a couple of lows, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you. But we don't want to break up the flow of the live. And I'm going to be honest, when people come up and they see like friendlies, Trump supporters like a bunch of scared rabbits anyway, and they tend to scurry off if they see other people. So please, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background. If you're friendly, like do all the things, right? Tap the screen. I would love to get this up to like at least 400,000 likes, right? So you can tap the screen. I'm going to keep resetting the daily goal. You guys can knock that out. If you put something in the chat, I read the chat a lot. I really do. So you can put it in the chat. If I see it, I'll read it. If it's super important, you can get it to the mods and, they can get it to me. Or if you really, really want something communicated, you could always, go through the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you have a direct question or a comment, I will read that out. Just like W's in the chat for Gregory. Gregory sent a $3 donation saying, guest doesn't understand that a trend analysis requires a minimum, look at that, of 3 to 5 years of compiled data and not one data point. The KKK is right-wing organization. Absolutely. Fucking W's in the chat for Sally. Sally sent a $47 donation saying, my birthday is Monday, sending you $1 for each year of my life. Thank you for all that you do. You're one of my favorite lives to watch. Sally, thank you so much for your love, kindness, support. Thank you for being here, and happy early birthday. Hope you turn up on your birthday. I hope you plan on getting litty. And do they still say that? Are the kids still saying litty? Is that still a thing? I don't know. I don't know if they say it. Fuck it, I say it. Sally, I hope you plan on getting litty. So, anyway, the point that I was making is like the left, we're not absolved. we actually self-sabotage, we eat our own. There's some interesting shit that's happening down in Texas. If you guys, I'm not a boomer, stop it, baby. If you guys didn't see, one thing that I haven't got an opportunity to talk about, or maybe like some people heard me say it earlier, but I didn't really get to dig into it. What's happening down in Texas with Jasmine Crockett and James Tellerico, right? It's wild, right? Right, Hector? Fucking wild. So if anyone didn't see this, James Tellerico was supposed to be going to Stephen Colbert, right? In order to actually do the Colbert show. And then there was reports that the reason why it couldn't be aired is because the FCC, the Trump administration, blocked the Colbert show from airing the interview with James Tellerico, right? That's what they said. That's literally what they said. Now, the interesting thing about that is, might not be true. Give me a second. Might not be true. So when they said they stopped them, Jasmine Crockett specifically came out and had something directly to say about that. And I'm going to play this sound just forewarning. If you haven't heard this, she was doing the interview outside, answering questions. And while answering questions outside, I guess there was a plane or something. And so it ended up being at a point where the sound gets a little bit hard because of whatever the background noise. But listen to this. This is super interesting.
It receives information suggesting that the federal government did not shut down this segment. Number one, that is my understanding, that the federal government didn't shut this down, and we will do an official statement once we get another official statement that we anticipate is going to be coming from Paramount. All right, so we will read what they say, and then we'll go from there. It is our understanding that Colbert, either Mr. Colbert or CBS, decided to make this statement here. And this was because of a fear that the FCC may say something to them, and that there may have been advice to just have me on, and then they could clear the issue. It was my understanding that someone somewhere decided we just don't want to do that, and instead we're going to just do it this way.
All right. So like I said, I apologize. The sound, excuse me. The sound got a little bit wicked at one point, but what she was saying is that it wasn't the FCC, it wasn't the Trump administration that told CBS and Stephen Colbert to not air what happened or not air the interview with James Tellerico. What she said is that apparently CBS somehow was told that if they don't have Jasmine Crockett on as well, then there'll be an issue with the FCC and all this other stuff. And so they're not going to just air it, right? So Stephen Colbert and James Tellerico came out and positioned it like, oh, the FCC stopped us. The Trump administration doesn't want you guys to hear what this person has to say. Right? Right? But from what Jasmine Crockett is saying, this is the official information as of now. She's saying that they've gotten information saying that's not what happened. They said that they worried about a possible issue. CBS was worried about a possible issue from the FCC, but the decision was made internally to do it that way, not because they were forced. Right? She said that she's going to wait on the official statement from Paramount, and I would love to see more information as it comes out. But what I will say is from the way that I've seen James Tellerico and his campaign handling the Senate race not only lines up with the way the Democratic Party has treated Black women, and specifically the way that they have treated people like Stacey Abrams and Kamala Harris, but even more so, it continues the trend of recent things that has been happening from James Tellerico and his camp. And while I believe, like, hey, all's fair in politics, right? I'm not above like whatever. But it seems like to me that James Tellerico and his camp are throwing stones and then hiding their hands. It seems like to me that they're trying to say, we're not doing anything wrong, while playing dirty. If you're gonna play dirty, you're gonna play dirty. Like that's politics, fine. But don't throw stones and hide your hand. And that's what I have a problem with. Like that's the point that I have a problem with. So, but that's another perpetuation of how the left eats their own, how the Democratic Party wants to uphold certain standards within the Democratic Party. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. I think James Tellerico is cool. Everything that I've seen from him, like cool. But the position James Tellerico as the great white hope, and I'm not the one that's making this up. James Carville, the raging Cajun, the person that has the history and understanding and the left wing, James Carville himself came out and said, well, you need someone that's going to be able to walk into a black Baptist Southern church and have them swaying and humming or swaying and hawing or whatever he said. And he said James Tellerico would be the one that's doing that. So the positioning him as like this quote unquote great white hope, I absolutely disagree. I'm not saying that he's not a viable candidate. I'm not saying that I wouldn't support him. I'm just saying that I'm not willing to throw a black woman under the bus just to uphold the current democratic structure. I'm not here for that. Hi, American Hero. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Nah, I'm a judo.
A judo? Like
no,
karate?
I'm a judo. I'm a Jew.
You said judo like karate. What does that matter? I don't care if you're Jewish. What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I love you, man.
You guys are so fucking weird. You guys are all weird. You're just all fucking weird. All of you. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Anyway. Yeah, like it was fucking weird and it's fucking stupid and like I don't understand why like the rise in anti-Semitism is disgusting. Like it's fucking disgusting. You can talk about the fact that you don't like Israel. I say this over and over and over and over and over. Bibi Netanyahu's a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state. Free Palestine until it's backwards. And I mean that shit. I absolutely mean that. And anyone, fuck Israel, the state, the government of Israel. And if you support what they're doing, the genocide that they're carrying out, fuck you too. Like I'm super clear on that. But what I don't understand is this weird villainization of like Jewish people. Like this weird villainization of those individuals. Right? Like it's the movement towards that's fucking weird. That would be just like people in other countries saying fuck us because of the US government. We don't all agree with what the US government is doing. I know I don't. Like, I don't agree with what they're doing, but it's the same thing. So you can talk about Zionists, sure. You can absolutely talk about Zionists. But like the anti-Semitism, what the fuck are we doing? Stop it. Stop it. It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. And certain people made that's their whole personality. I don't know. Anyway, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, if you look up here at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. We got 229 new followers on this live stream. I am positive, know for a fact, that we have more than 229 new followers on this. I mean, people who don't follow me. Right there. If you see that word follow, that means you don't follow me. Hit that follow button. Follow the main account as well. Follow both of them. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter.
Do you disagree with anything on the background?
Nope.
All right, drop it down. Guys, can we knock out the high bears? Please, 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 please. Can we knock out the high bears? That's the daily gift goal. Please only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? '87 Jake from State. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Ooh, my fault. I didn't mean to request up. I apologize.
No worries. I'll drop you down. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a? Guess not. That was rather quick. Hey Hector, any chance you can come up for a second? Any chance you got like a quick moment? Is that possible? I hit accept. Why didn't it let you up? Hold on. Why is it not letting you up? Hold on, Hector. Like I can see you. I hit accept. There we go. What up, Hector?
What's going on? Happy Black History Month, my fellow Hershey's Kisses brother.
Happy Black History Month. Listen, I went to the store the other day and I had a random old black lady just like, I walked in, I was getting ready to check out, and the first thing she said was Happy Black History Month. The size of the smile that it put on my face, it fucking touched my heart. I was like, okay, now.
It's an honor, man.
Yeah. Hey, Hector, I know I was just talking about what's going on in Texas. I wanted to see if you want to take a few minutes just to, if you wanted to give kind of people like a on the ground look as far as what you're seeing. I know early voting is starting, so any other information that you want to share about the Senate race or things that are happening in Texas?
Yeah. So you basically covered early voting.
I'm gonna give you the floor for like 2 seconds. I'm not 2 seconds, but I'll be right back.
Got you. Guys, if you are in the state of Texas, early voting did start yesterday. That was yesterday. I, for one, intend to early vote as well. I just have to get some issues situated because I just moved and Texas voluntarily gave up millions of voter information to the DOJ. They're actively trying to find ways to boot people off, and I do not want them to use my change of address as a reason to say I'm illegitimate and do some further investigation. So I'm just trying to get that evaluated first before I vote. Otherwise, it would have already been done. But I strongly suggest voting as early as possible. Reasons being is because the thing I mentioned, you can get your vote checked just in case some type of boot or fundiness happens, and you would have more than enough time to potentially correct that. So there's that. No, they're not making anyone have a passport, Tracy. No, that's not a thing. So yeah, I suggest getting it done as soon as possible. For the most part, you should be fine, but really and truly, you should be checking your registration here specifically every single day. As for this Colbert, Tallarico, Crockett business, Santana already went over it perfectly. The allegations are being made. Jasmine Crockett has the contention with that. We're just waiting to see what actually happens with Paramount. And that's all I'm going to say on that. I'll just say on the Tallarico side, there's just been enough suspicious activity happening around his campaign to where I just don't really have faith in it. I was going to vote Crockett regardless, but this is just another drop in the pool of whatever the heck is happening in his camp that leads me to believe that he's not the best fit for the Senate. That's just no ifs, no ands, no buts. And again, I respect it. I watched bits and pieces of the Colbert interview, and I still will stand on the fact that I like the fact that he's coming at this race with his faith on his sleeve while still advocating for a separation of church and state. That is super important. I think that's really going to help win Texans over. But I can't stand the fact that everyone forgets that Jasmine Crockett is also a Christian. Jasmine Crockett is also advocating for the separation of church and state. She holds her faith dearly while saying people who do not believe like me should have the same rights. And we should still use our faith to push for progressive policies such as universal health care. No one takes into consideration how her faith has shaped the career that she's built. It's a little vexing. But regardless of that, that's basically all I have here on the ground. There's a couple other special elections. Some of your favorite creators would already have a list posted for suggestions for the other smaller elections because we have more than the Senate. So I'm going to get my own in a bit once I fully evaluate the candidates, but you should already be following some people who may have some posted. I can put a recommendation in my Discord and I'll share it in Santana's within the next couple of days, probably 2 to 3. But I will compile my list as well for anyone who may not have the full evaluation of every single seat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Hector, I appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely, guys. Happy Black History Month to my Hershey's Kisses. Make sure that the next white person you see, you tell them to kiss your toes. All right, bye.
Jesus. W's in chat for Hector, guys. W's in chat for Hector. Definitely appreciate Hector. Thank you. I don't know about kissing toes. Feet are gross. Feet are so very gross. All right, guys, listen, this is what I was thinking, right? This is what I was thinking. You guys tell me if I'm tripping. Right? Because I may be tripping. Maybe it's me. But this is what I was thinking. So at this moment, we don't have any Trump supporters in the request. We don't have any dissenters in the request. And I still got time. So restart. We want to do a restart? Or you guys want to call it? Have you guys had enough? Because if you guys don't want to come back, I'm good. We don't have to come back if you don't want to come back. Yeah. This person, Speakley Jr., spamming gay. Okay. You're weird, and I'm just gonna block you because, like, what's the point of that? So, hold on a second. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter, but I was wanting to know what you meant by the leftist self-sabotaging.
Yeah, absolutely. The premise that I have is kind of like, I don't know if you heard what Hector was just talking about when it came to what's happening down in Texas with James Tellerico and Jasmine Crockett. But my entire premise is based off of the fact that the left has been doing a couple of different things, including what they have been doing to Black women, specifically the way that they continue to actually use Black women, but don't actually give them any type of political standing and power. We could talk about the way that Stacey Abrams was overwhelmingly massively impactful for Georgia, but yet they disregarded her. We can talk about the way that they lack support when it came to Kamala Harris, or we can even talk about what's happening in Texas with Jasmine Crockett and James Tellerico, where Jasmine Crockett has been polling higher, doing better, but yet everyone keeps throwing their support behind James Tellerico. But then you also combine it with the weird purity test that the left seems to have. And even more so, the fact that if there's just one thing that they say like, oh, this is not a thing, then they completely will, pull support. But it's more so not even just about standing on a specific thing. It's more so about a sense of power and not necessarily liking someone. And then you combine that with the fact that the Democratic establishment is good with the status quo and they don't want anything to rock the boat. That's why you saw what happened in 2016 with Bernie Sanders. You can talk about the lack of support that AOC has gotten, or you can even talk about the fact that from this year, right, with Zoran Mandani, they didn't give him the actual support of the party until right before election. And even now, you still see them trying to kind of fight back from the things that he stands for and what he was about.
All right. I don't really have any argument, I guess. I mean, it's going to make midterms, I guess, pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the reason why I have this and the reason why I always want to actually get into this conversation with people on the left is because I think it's super important that like we hash these things out now, right? We hold ourselves accountable now and we have these conversations now instead of waiting like until the midterms are here and we're like going up against the Republican Party and all this other stuff. Like, I think that if we're going to have these conversations, I'm fine with having these conversations, but we need to have these conversations now and deal with it versus just like, you know, waiting and then it biting us in the tail because our party is so quote unquote divided.
Yeah. I mean, cultism, you know, it can exist in both sides. So if we just keep taking up for the left, no matter what, then we're no better than the right.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no issues with like holding our party and our people accountable. I think we should. I think we should not only hold the left accountable, but I think we need to actually dictate to the establishment. Like, I think the fact that, you know, the establishment Democrats for the longest feel like they can actually just tell, you know, the actual people what they want or what they deserve or what they should have. I think that's BS, right?
Yeah.
And so I have a huge issue with that. So like, this is the time. This is like absolutely the time for us to dictate to the party and ensure that we get what we want. So like we have to have these conversations out in public. We have to push each other and challenge our school of thought. And then once we do that, then we can actually say like, hey, Democratic Party, this is what we want. We don't care what you're saying. We want this thing. Right.
So what exactly is going on with Crockett right now?
Yeah, just there's a lot of I don't even want to call it mudslinging because like I expect mudslinging in politics, but a lot of like hiding their hand on the way that they originally only pretended like the only candidate that could win in Texas was James Tellerico, but like polling is out, early voting is starting, and everything is pointing towards not only Jasmine Crockett blowing James Tellerico out the water. All right, yeah, she's polling like what 13 points higher than him or whatever. But also the fact that she's polling higher than any other Republican candidate. So if you stack her up against the other Republican candidates, like she wins that as well. So there was a lot of fear mongering around, oh, she can't win. And then like some questionable things that's happening when we talk about like what just happened with the Colbert show and James Tellerico.
So you think that could be like a little bit of a race thing, even within the left?
Well, it's misogynoir, yeah.
Or misogynal, yeah, maybe a combination of the two.
Misogynoir.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, and for me, it's more so understanding like how the Democratic Party, again, Black women have literally propped up the Democratic Party. Even if you look at the last presidential election, 92% of all Black women voted for Kamala Harris. And it wasn't just because they like Kamala Harris. It was literally about like harm reduction and ensuring that like we have someone in power that's going to look out for everyone. And so even with them doing that, like the Black women have never gotten the proper respect and platform and leadership abilities that they should have within the party.
Right. No, I definitely don't disagree. Absolutely. I don't guess I have anything else. I just was curious as to like how the left was self-sabotaging, but hey, you explained it beautifully, and yeah, I guess that's it, because the rest I agree with completely. So yeah.
All right, in that case, I'll drop you down. Thank you so much for coming up.
Absolutely.
All right, have a good one.
You too, Santana.
Yeah, guys, I think that's super important that we have those conversations, and not only just have those conversations, but have those conversations in public. Like, I think that it's good that we call each other out. I think it's good that we hold each other accountable. I think it's good that we actually have the opportunity to say like, hey, what's happening here, and challenge the school of thought. I think that's super necessary, because we never want to get locked into a specific premise where like, oh, like we're just right, because that's not how things go. So anywho, guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to hit a quick restart, right? We're going to hit a quick restart. But when the Democratic Party doesn't exist, what are you talking about, Chris T? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The Democratic Party doesn't exist. I don't know. Anyway, this is what we're going to do. We're going to hit a quick restart. But when we restart, we're coming back on the main. We're going to jump from the backup and go to the main. All right. So everybody look up at the top. You see the word follow on the backup. Hit that follow button. The backup will be up on the panel as well. But in order to make sure that you can find us when we go live, follow the main account. Has everyone followed the main account? Is there anyone that has not done so yet? Is there anyone that has not actually done so?
Excellence, indigenous issues, immigrant issues. I am collaborative in what I do. So you are absolutely weird because when I go to your repost, it's a bunch of anti-African, anti-immigrant bullshit. So I'm going to leave this alone at this point, but I have repeatedly told you what I do in real life. Like you're sitting here telling people y'all don't know what I do. You clearly don't know what I do, even though it's all over my damn page.
All right, let's close it out there. Let me go to Sissy Fitz. For those, and then let's do a quick poll. If you believe that this is more so the responsibility of ICE, this tragic situation, what happened to Linda Davis, put a 1. If you believe it's more so the fault of the undocumented immigrant, put a 2. If you feel like it's both, put a 3. And but Sissy Fitz, to the folks that say, hey, this man, he was fleeing, he did the wrong.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing.
Hello.
Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Ayy, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Nope. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame.
It absolutely is.
You wanna Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome back to Sparring with Santana. And as we get back in, guys, please tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. This is the main account, so I'm sure you have not sent your daily heart me yet. So go ahead and send that. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Share the live, maybe once or twice. That would be awesome, but make sure that we're reposting the live. Reposting the live does so much. So please, definitely please repost the live. That is absolutely something that is overwhelmingly beneficial. And with that being said, if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send the daily heart me. It's only one coin, and it will boost the live. Guys, America's sick. America's sick, and we know why America's sick. America is sick because of white privilege. White privilege has been the bane of existence for the country, and white privilege isn't even good for white people. Like, it's wild. It's wild. It's not good for white people. Crazy work. The American exceptionalism is kicking people's ass. The premise that like America's number one, but you guys can't really say anything outside of the military and GDP. The fact that MAGA, the right, you guys are violent. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy the amount of violence that comes from the right wing. Left wing, guys, we're not absolved. We have a weird purity test, and we need to get past that and figure that out because we eat our own. And last but not least, the patriarchy. The patriarchy absolutely has to be abolished. It has caused so many harms to anyone that is not a white man. Hi, Apple. Apple, are you a Trump supporter or anything on the background?
No, I'm currently not a Trump supporter, but I did vote for him.
Anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with white privilege is why America is sick.
Okay, all right. Why do you think that either white privilege doesn't exist or it's a bad thing?
Yeah, because I don't think that there's anything basically that I can do that you can't do. And in fact, I think like it's possible that nowadays people are celebrating diversity and celebrating people of color, and they want more diversity in schools and in jobs and all kinds of things like that. So, no, I think this is the greatest generation to be a person of color.
Okay. All right. So when it comes to white privilege, I guess I think there may be a lack of understanding as far as what white privilege is and how it exists. But the one thing that I want to call out is like even your premise as far as like embracing being black or whatever, and all this like all that's just wrong. Like it's all just wrong. Donald Trump and his administration literally ran on removing quote unquote DEI practices, which is not a need to remove quote unquote DEI because DEI isn't a thing. But even more so, it's the persistent attack that has occurred on the country when it comes to erasing Black history and things along those lines. So no, but that has nothing to do with white privilege. The question I have before I go too far is what in your own mind, your definition, not saying you're right or wrong or whatever, but like, what do you think white privilege means? What does that mean when I say that?
So I think, well, and I could be wrong, but this is what I think it is. I think white privilege is where just because of your skin color being white, you have certain opportunities that other races do not have, or you're treated differently.
Okay. You're not completely wrong, but I'll clarify for you. So when I say white privilege, I mean white privilege is the ability to move through society without having to conform to society. What that really boils down to is the fact that white people do not have the same types of barriers or roadblocks placed in front of them as other people, other races within our country. Like it literally is the ability to function without those standard barriers that everyone else has to deal with due to the construction of race. Like, race being set up was literally created to create a free and cheap cheap labor force that was, that was othering anyone that wasn't white. So like that's what white privilege is. I'm not saying that anyone that has white privilege is bad, or hell, I'm not even saying that someone with white privilege is someone that's trying to like actually do a thing. I'm just saying that by the benefit of your race, it gives you the ability to have certain obstacles removed and things that you don't have to worry about that other people do. So I'll stop there, but I have more to talk about, like what can you do and all this other stuff if you want.
Yeah, because one of the things I want to bring up is anecdotally, right? I'm not talking based on a study, but based on my experience and other white people that I know, I just don't believe I've ever really had any serious privilege. In fact, I've been like really struggling to find a job after finding a degree. Getting the degree I got, I've been working low skilled jobs because, just stuff hasn't worked out despite shooting out thousands of applications. Even knowing people, even having connections, it really hasn't been a walk in the park. So I don't know what privilege I'm anecdotally experiencing. Also, another point, when I've been,
hold on, don't give me another point. Let's
we'll stick with that one. Yeah.
Okay. So cool. The one thing that I want to call out is like that's class reductionism. Do you know what that means?
No. Can you explain it to me?
Sure. Saying that you're reducing the experience down to the premise of like classism, and you're saying that in the sense of like inequality as far as class levels. And while you may be in a financially tougher position than someone who is more well off than you, that doesn't negate the intersect as far as like you being in the same class as someone that is non-white and the different implications, right? And so like the point that I always try to make sure that I hammer home with like white privilege is not about like having money or about like, just having this or that or whatever. It's more so about the ability to operate without barriers. A great example is like understanding one, just because you don't feel it on an individual level doesn't mean that it happens. And two, how old are you about?
I'm 26.
26. Cool. Do you drive?
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever been stopped for a traffic infringement?
Yes, and unfairly at that many times. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So there was a comprehensive study that was completed that viewed the actual traffic stops throughout the country. And the actual study with viewing the actual study completed a comprehensive study over 1 second here. Let me make sure I got the number right. 95 million traffic infringements that had occurred throughout the United States. And what that study actually showed was that Black people were disproportionately targeted during the day as far as being stopped for traffic infringements. But then at night, the difference as far as being stopped for traffic infringements for white people and Black people even out. Now, just on its face, hearing that, looking at that amount of people throughout the entire country, 95 million records, and seeing that there's a disproportionate amount of Black people stopped during the day versus at night, everyone stopped pretty much equally. Why would you think that there would be such a dramatic shift for Black people being stopped by the police officers during the day versus at night?
That's a good question. I think it depends on which area is being policed, right?
They did the subset of the entire country, so it wasn't just one specific area. That's why they pulled 95 million traffic infringements.
But in that study, it would include all those specific areas where there might be a disproportionate number of Black people. And
do you think there's a disproportionate number of Black people?
Or not disproportionate, but there would be
because there is a higher concentration of Black people in a certain part of the country. But what do you think that is?
I mean, well, I don't know off the top of my head. You could argue Chicago.
No, it's literally the South. A disproportionate amount of Black people live in the South. Outside of the South, a lot of Black people don't live throughout the rest of the country. There are Black people throughout the rest of the country, but if you look at the overall Black population, it's coalesced between those southern regions.
Okay, sure. Yeah, and I live in the South as well. So yeah,
again, that still has nothing to do because we could be talking about a higher or lower, like, no, this study looks at 95 million traffic infringements across the entire country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I definitely think that that's possible. There could be several reasons for that, right? You could account for an unlawful traffic stop where the cop made a mistake. There could also be where the person was just badly driving and they had to be pulled over. And then there also could be there's just many Black people in this area. So there's so many things that could account for that number. I don't think you can immediately attribute it to, oh, they're just pulling these people over for no reason. Like, I think that's a leap.
Would you like to know what the name of the study is?
Sure.
Sure. The name of the study is Black Drivers Get Pulled Over by Police Less at Night When Their Race is Obscured by the Veil of Darkness, Stanford study finds.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me again how you thought that it was a bit of a leap to actually make a premise that it was done because of their race.
Okay, once you add in that second detail, now you can get closer to what
I specifically didn't give you that detail because I wanted to know what you thought. Sounds like you've been a little bit disingenuous, but even more so.
Wait, what does that mean?
Like what?
Can you define what disingenuous? Because sometimes people hurl that word at somebody, but they're not using it properly.
Meaning that you intentionally sidestep the premise of what you had in front of you, and which I understand, like not knowing all the details of the study, you could logically have some type of other conclusions, but for you to like blatantly shoot down the premise of racism, like that's like super disingenuous because it opposes your point.
I'm not shooting it down. I said that could be a possibility, but to act like it's the only possibility for that number is a leap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, like I said, it's literally based off of racism. It goes into studies of finding like the racial biases and the actual the reasons that were found as far as the traffic violations, and how most of the traffic infringements weren't actual traffic infringements. And it talks about how since the police officers can't see as clearly or as easily someone's race at night, then they do more traffic and traffic stops based off of actual violations versus just the race. But during the day, when it's easier to see, they disproportionately go after people that are Black. So the reason why I brought that up is to speak to white privilege. And in this case, anyone, because again, they looked at 95 million people across the country. And with those white people that were involved in this, I'm not saying that these people did anything intentional. All they did was drive all white, but them driving while being white gave them a disproportionate bit of coverage to ensure that they weren't going to just be stopped for no reason during the day. Now at nighttime, all fair game, but during the day, they were less likely to be pulled over than Black people because they were white. That's white privilege. Not someone doing something, not even someone knowing that it's happening. It's just the things happening because you're white.
Yeah. Once again, I understand like why you're coming to that conclusion, but I would have to look at the study and I would have to find out what each of those traffic stops were actually for.
You're going to look at all 95 million of the traffic stops?
Well, they better have it in columns like this.
But that's fine. You're going to look at all 95 million?
I would hope the study shows that, columns them.
You remember that word that I used earlier?
Which word?
That word you said. What do you mean by that?
Are you saying are you going to use the word disingenuous? That's not being disingenuous. That's trying to find out information.
As fuck for you to sit here and pretend like you're going to look at the 95 million traffic infringements because you want to know for sure. If
that's
you're saying
a straw
that,
man.
Wait, no, that's not a straw man.
It is a straw man.
That's not a straw. That you said that you would like to look at the data. I said, are you going to look at all 95 million? You said I would like to look through it and hopefully it would have all of it in a column.
No, columns, different columns with different sections, meaning this traffic stop was for X, this was for Y, this was for Z, so you can get an understanding of why people are getting stopped. You're just jumping to the racism thing without actual knowledge.
It's literally what the study says. I'm not jumping the shit. It's literally what the study said.
You're assuming a conclusion.
I'm not assuming shit. I've read the study, and the title is, that's why I didn't. What is the title? Repeat to me what I said the title was.
I don't know. I don't remember what the title was. Did it say the word race?
You just said, well, that changes things.
No. When you brought up the second part, that's when I said it would help your argument. When you brought up the sex,
lying? Why you always lying?
I'm not lying at all.
Oh my God.
I'm asking for evidence.
Fucking lying.
I'm asking for evidence. That's not lying. Just because I'm not accepting
You are
your
literally
presupposed
fucking playing in my face. I sat there and told you. I read you said that I was making a leap, that it was racism.
Yes.
And I told you what the name of the study was, and you said, "Well, that point kind of changes the argument."
No, I said it would help you. It's extra evidence, but it's not complete evidence. I understand your logic, but it's still not a conclusion that is in reality. I'm trying to be charitable to you.
You don't need to be charitable to me. Like I'm fucking dog walking you on this point because one, you don't have.
You're not walking anything. You
I'm
haven't
fucking
demonstrated
dog. I'm
anything.
literally dog walking you because one, you
You're
haven't
assuming
brought any type.
conclusions.
No, I'm not assuming shit. I'm telling you facts. Now, like I said, I'm giving you actual factual data information, and we looked at. I'm telling you about a study that did a comprehensive deep dive and compared it across the country. The only thing that you've done so far is talk about your anecdotal experience, which you've already acknowledged that, and then you've made certain assumptions about other stuff that you don't have any type of information about. You're getting fucking dog walk. You're getting mopped on this topic.
Based on what?
Literally mopped. Based off the fact that I've been able to pull up receipts, and this is just an example. This is the first example.
You don't understand the receipt.
This is literally, I've looked at the study. You don't understand it because you don't even know what it is. You think that wait, hold on. Do you think that I don't know the study that I'm citing?
I think you can know it without understanding it.
What basis do you think that I don't understand the study?
Because you haven't told me why all those stops happened. You haven't given me any percentage of these stops were for X, these stops were for Y, these stops were for Z. That's a better way to form a conclusion than just jumping to these people were pulled over during the day, these people were pulled over during the night. That doesn't tell you anything. You're presupposing a conclusion without percentages of the reasons for the stop. That is not how you read studies, bro.
Oh my fucking God. Okay. So just to make sure,
Refute what I said.
Hold on.
Refute
Just to
what
make
I
sure I
said.
have this clear. Just to make sure I
Instead
have
of
this
laughing
clear.
at it.
So because I gave you the high level information of the study, and I didn't tell you what buckets of the 95 million traffic stops, what buckets they fall in. I didn't tell you which areas they came from. I didn't tell you were the tickets thrown out. I didn't give you the specifics about it. Since I didn't give you the specifics about it, that means I don't understand the study.
That means you're assuming a conclusion
I'm
in
not
the study?
assuming shit.
Yes.
I'm
you
literally
are.
not assuming shit. You haven't seen the study. I know the study and I know the conclusion. I'm not assuming shit. You think that, again, I don't have this on hand because, oh, let's just say I want to pull this up and cite da-da-da-da-da. Like literally, I have consumed this entire study. Like I know, I even know.
Is the study even about racism?
Right here. The data set is right here. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I got you. Don't even worry about it.
It's just about traffic stuff. It's not even about racism.
Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I got you.
All right, buddy.
Yeah. Listen, that's me putting you on mute. I got you. I'm going to give you what you wanted. All right.
Okay.
So, hey, have impulse control. I'm putting you on mute. That's me. I know you're cooked. Don't crash out on me. Stay right here with me. It's okay. It's okay. Stay right here with me. So, the actual review of the study tells the data set comes from Open Policing from Stanford.education. Thank you for the dog. And it tells the state, it tells how many stops occurred, it tells the time frame, it tells the date stop, time stop, location, driver's race, sex, age, the search conducted, the contraband found, the citation issued, the warning issued, the frisk performed, the arrest made, the reason for stopping, and then also the violation, right? So this actual study breaks this down by each state. Now, I'm not going to go through and I'm not going to give you every single thing for each state, but let's pick a state. How about that? So let's pick a state, and even more so, I said that the majority of Black people are live in the South.
Right.
So let's do this to actually not talk about your premise as far as like, oh, it could just be overrepresentation of Black people. Sure, even though there's no place in this country where there's more of a representation of Black people than white people, right? There's no state in this country where there's more Black people in that state than white people. So that entire point is moot.
No, I agree with you.
Pick a state that's not in the South, and we'll look at that state specifically.
Okay, not in the South, you're saying. Okay, fine. Let's do. How about Illinois?
Okay. All right. Let's look at Illinois. You guys default to like fucking Chicago.
It's a good point, though, man.
It's really not. It's really not. It's literally not. It's the worst point that you guys could have, and that's because you guys don't even fucking know what's happening in Illinois. All right. So Illinois is a little bit different in the sense that we can do a look at the state patrol, or we can take a look at like local law enforcement for the entire state. So would you like to look at the state patrol, or would you like to look at the local law enforcement for all of the state?
Let's look at local law enforcement.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to pull up this information. This is Illinois, and this is the local law enforcement for Illinois. Oh, it's downloading the file. Give me a minute. Okay. It's literally downloading the information, and I didn't know it was going to download. I thought the link was just going to open up, but it's making it download. Let me say a couple of thank yous, and then I'll get right back to it.
Sure.
1 second. W's in the chat for Tashid. Tashid used their 5-month membership subscription to send a super chat to say Crockett is a charlatan. He said Crockett is a charlatan. Why doesn't Summer Lee get the same or higher level of support that established Dems give Crockett? R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. I would love to know how she's a charlatan. Okay. W's in the chat for sharing for the $9.99 super chat to say, I just want to thank you for exposing white privilege. It's obvious, but I see people here in Arkansas turn a blind eye to it all the time. Also, last night live was great. Thank you. A lot of people enjoyed late nights last night. Seriously, it was a great one. And if you missed late nights last night, make sure you're there tonight. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. It is the last night of late nights for this week. We've been having a conversation around online communities, how that exists with like parasocial relationships, incel behaviors, tribalism within like different spaces like discourse and all this other stuff. But tonight we're talking conclusions and how do we fix it? How do we fix online spaces and communities? So if you did not get an opportunity to actually get into that conversation, Hector, you said something and I couldn't see what you said. May pull up. I don't know what you said, Hector. But if you missed the opportunity to join the conversation, then you make sure you get back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, late nights with Santana. And you have to get there tonight because we got 2 special things that are happening. I'm not going to make Kay, let me know if you want me to make the announcement that we made last night. If you want me to hold off making that, or if you want to hold it or whatever, but tell me if you want to do that. So we got 2 special things. So if you didn't make late nights last night, get back there tonight. Make sure you're following the main account because we do late nights on the main account right here. Hit that follow button. This is where you'll see late nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. That was in chat for D Ground for the $2 super chat. So what's the purpose of the study itself? Exactly. W's in the chat for Heather. Heather's an $8 donation, said daily hugs. Thank you, Heather. W's in the chat for cousin Jesse, who sent a $2 donation, said, yeah, I didn't think so. Who said, sup, cuzzo, let's change the subject for a bit. Apple of my eye is a I'm not gonna say that part, but we'll keep going. Your boy got a 3D printer. I've been using it every day. I'm buying bigger one next month. That's fun and addictive. I've seen people who've gotten like 3D printers and they just make all kinds of stuff. That's wild. W's in the chat for Melanie, who sent a $5 donation, saying, what does this guest know about the Stanford research? What does this guest know that the Stanford researchers don't? Nothing. He hasn't even looked at it. Does he know a better methodology to analyze data? Again, he hasn't even looked at it. W's in the chat for Gucci, who sent a $5 donation, saying this fool thinks that he can do research better than research scientists. Exactly. He's an ultra-crepidarian. And then Gucci's followed up with another $5 donation. I would also like to know this idiot's data analysis experience. Exactly. Really quick, Apple I, do you have any data analysis experience?
I don't have to for my argument to be valid. My argument is not about the numbers. It's about how to interpret numbers.
No. Oh, okay. But like interpreting numbers would be a part of data analysis, right?
You don't, this is just basic logic. So you don't have to take a class.
Wait. You're saying you're up here using quote unquote basic knowledge, basic logic,
right?
When talking about actual data, that's your point.
Yeah, because this is just logic. You don't have to go to school to study something to understand that. To know something, I have to know details about something. I can't draw conclusions without details. And even with details, I don't always have 100% certainty because not every person who's arrested is guilty, right? It's innocent until proven guilty in this country. So you're making certain arguments.
Hold on. Stop. I truly need to understand what you like. Maybe I don't fully understand this. Maybe I'm a little confused, right? Maybe it's me. It's me. So you're saying that you need to quote unquote understand based off of quote unquote certain knowledge, right? And common knowledge, not any actual experience or the ability to interpret data, but just from quote unquote common knowledge. But even more, you're saying with your common knowledge, you're going to dispute the data.
No,
because you don't believe that data is always factual. Is that what you're saying?
I do not dispute the data. What I'm disputing is how you are coming to a certain conclusion by looking at the data without descriptives on what those arrests are for. What I'm saying is that is a leap on your part. I'm attacking your misuse of reading the study through logic. I don't have to be a data analyst to make that point.
I don't think that you know like how important that is to be able to interpret data for you to actually be able to. I don't think, holy smokes, that's fine. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay. The actual document is, it says it was too large. Okay, let me rerun this one more time because it just gave me, said Excel file data set is too large for Excel grid. You have to, let me close out what I had before and then try to reopen it. Jeff, never mind, I got it. Jeff, you got the floor.
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss with Jeff. I talked with you yesterday. This guy wanted me to prove the laws of law.
Stop it, Bub. Your name is not Jeff. Stop it.
Just out of curiosity.
Don't crash out. Your name is not. Don't crash out. If you crash out, you lose. Like, stop it.
I'm crashing out.
You're literally crashing out. I said Jeff has the floor. Please stop coming off mute. If you come off mute again, you're conceding and you're running because you're scared. Stay on mute. I'm talking you. If you come, I'm literally telling you, I'm muting you right now. If you come off mute, you're running, you're scared, you concede and you lose. Stop it. I'm talking to Jeff.
Okay, fair enough.
What up, Santana?
What up?
All right. So I just want to get a couple of things clear. Like if I agree that if somebody makes a claim of a proposition, they should probably have justification for that proposition, right? Mm-hmm. And I think the veil of darkness makes a good inductive case that if the only thing that changes between one set of data and the other set of data is the time of day, and the biggest change with that is just how the light is outside, it would be a bigger leap to assume that Black people just commit crime more during the day than it would be to just say, hey, the vision of the officer is obscured at night, and therefore the rate of being pulled over evens out. That just follows. But that's an inductive case, right? I'm curious because Apple user did bring up that I asked him yesterday to justify the laws of logic. If he now has an argument justifying his claim that the laws of logic are true.
That's not the point of this discussion, so I'm not engaging with you on that. We're
Okay,
talking
great.
about
So,
white privilege.
so let's never bring that up again. That's fine.
No, because you're
I'm
trying
okay
to
with that.
divert from the topic of white privilege.
Hold on. I'm responding to what you said when I first came up here, right? That's what I responded to. If
And that's why I'm not engaging with you.
That's fine. Hold on. If you didn't
I don't
want to
have
bring it up,
engage with you.
hold on. That's fine. That's you running away. If you
I'm
didn't
not
want to
running
bring
from
it,
anything.
if you didn't want to talk about it,
You're literally running. You're scared.
You're
Stop
diverting
it.
from the topic because
You're literally scared. Just stop it and let Jeff finish. Stop
He
it. It's
wanted
fine.
me-
You already said okay. You said
Just-
no. That's fine. It's fine. Go ahead, Jeff.
just to be
prove
clear,
the
You
law.
said no. Stop crying. It's fine. Go ahead.
Why
Jeff.
would you need to prove?
You
Just to be
stop
clear.
crying.
just to be clear, Santana, when I came up to
I'm
talk
not
about
crying.
the veil of darkness. I didn't bring up anything about laws of logic. He did, right?
Mhm.
He's been repeatedly saying it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So again, if he wants to say that they're true in reality, that's a claim, and it wouldn't be crazy for me to say, okay, justify that claim, right?
Right.
It's a waste of time.
All right, yeah, it is a waste of time to justify our claims.
It's
All right,
off
so then
topic.
well, no,
It's completely
my
off topic.
initial premise. Listen,
Stop interrupting. Holy
My
fuck! Have impulse control.
the initial premise was that you brought it up. We don't have to talk about it, right? Like we're just engaging in it. Now, there is an invocation of logic when you say you're just using logic to like doubt the conclusion. Do you have an argument for that?
The only argument is if you don't use it, it would make communication and meaning impossible. So
No,
that is why.
Now you're bringing up logic again. Listen,
Yes,
I'm asking you
because
for.
you brought it up.
No. You said you didn't
You
want to
brought
talk
it up.
about it. I'm respecting that boundary. You don't have an argument that justifies the laws of logic.
Yes,
That's
I
fine.
do, because the communication and meaning would be impossible without the classical laws of logic being in existence. You don't have to dispute them.
First off, hold on.
Why
First
are
off,
you even disputing them?
First off, that's another claim, and secondly, that's not. I'm going to put this. We're going to put that to the side. I will agree to engage in logic because I love logic. What is the argument that this conclusion is dubious from an inductive? The inductive case is dubious.
I'm not going to give you syllogisms. I already explained it to the
I don't
host.
need a formal argument. I just,
right.
You said logic like 17 times since you've been up here, and now you don't want to engage in logic. That's weird. What's
Well, I'm
the
not going to
argument?
engage it with you because you're a sophist. So I'm not playing your games.
Define
you're
define
such
sophist.
a fucking
Yeah, so
baby.
I don't have to engage
Like you're
with you.
such a whiny baby. You're such a. I've never seen a toddler throw a bigger temper tantrum. Holy smokes! Yes, Jeff has made you feel fragile. I get it. You're feeling
fragility.
insecure. It's fine. It's fine. Like, but it's weird. Like
project-
we can't. That's fine. We can't keep this conversation going if
I know you're
like
scared.
you literally can't get out of the blocks. I have this whole fucking data set open, which FYI, you better have it up as well because you made me download this massive fucking file that we're about to take a look at. You better pull this shit up, and you also better have an actual premise of somehow telling me that it's right or wrong when I have this massive file of just raw data sitting in front of me. You interpret it. Now you make sure you have that up. Now stop interrupting Jeff and let him finish.
Okay.
Stop.
So since
Why-
we're not going to provide an argument,
Why do you need
right?
Jeff to
Since we're not going to provide an argument, and all we're going to do is cry.
You need Jeff.
I'm
Say,
okay.
Keep
I'm okay
crying,
with.
Jeff.
I'm okay with. Yes, I'm the one that's crying. You're the one that when asked.
You
a
are.
question,
You're changing topics and whining.
It sounds like you're
I'm
complaining again.
I'm not. Stop for
It
a
sounds
second,
like
Jeff.
you're saving
Stop
the
for a
host
second.
from his
Stop
bad
for a second,
study
Jeff.
of interpretation.
Stop for a second. Apple, hands right here. Not muting you. Not muting you. Hands right here.
Fair enough.
I'm officially telling you, I'm getting ready to put you on mute. You
That's
know
fine.
you have nothing, and that's why you're doing this weird shit.
And
I'm
you know you
telling
have to rely on
my
Jeff
hands are
to
still
change
right here. You're gonna
topics
let me
because you're
finish.
scared.
You're gonna let me finish.
Why do you need Jeff to
You're
save you?
going to let me finish.
To go
if
off
you
topic.
come off of mute or if you interrupt one more time, you fucking lose. You don't have a debate. You don't have impulse control, and you have nothing. You coming off mute after I mute you, hands are still right here. After I mute you, if you come off mute, you lose, and I'm going to kick you. I'm letting you know right now you're running because you being unable to stay on mute is you conceding and running. I'm letting you know this right now. If you come off of mute, you are conceding that you don't have anything and you're a runner and you are scared to lose. Now you're on mute. I'm not even going to put you on mute anymore now. You're on mute. Stay on mute. Do not come off mute until we finish this point, and then it's your turn to speak. Jeff, go.
Okay, so my interpretation of this is that the only difference, and I've looked at this study also, we've talked about it ad nauseum for ages, that the difference between the police pulling people over during the day and night when controlled is just the time of day and therefore the amount of light. And so that's an inductive case that the reason that the statistics on people being pulled over even out by race at night or are closer is because the officer's vision is obscured. That is the one variable that changes. If there is a counter argument to that, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'd like to hear.
Apple, would you like to provide a counter argument from that? Because that's literally the point that I've been making. That's why I pointed out that the name of the study was the Veil of Darkness, meaning that at night, when officers could not see the race, they targeted people based off of infractions versus during the day where they could see the race. They specifically targeted people based off of the race. Would you like to completely address that? And then we can talk about the data set.
I think you could use that to establish your case. I'm not saying it's impossible to use that to establish your case, but I would need more information. You can't get to 100% certainty from what you just said, but it is, you could use it for your case. I'm being a fair man here. I think that's fair.
Just to be clear, what do you think an inductive case is?
I'm not answering questions from you about logic, especially after yesterday. I'm not answering your question.
So we don't know what an inductive case is.
I'm not here to debate you.
That's fine. That's fine. We don't know what an inductive case is. Just for the
That's not
chat.
the conclusion.
I don't know. I don't know why it is that you're talking now. I let you talk. I went on mute and everything. I let you
But
say
you're
your
not
thing.
the host.
Stop
You're not
talking.
the host.
Stop.
Who the
Listen.
hell are you, dude? All right, I'm out of here. This is a waste of time.
Run.
No,
fucking
not
run,
running.
coward. No one cares.
You're-
Run. Run. You don't have anything. You
Jeff to
literally don't
say-
have anything. That's fine. Run. No, you made me download this
You need
actual
Jeff to
data
say-
set with 2.1 million traffic stops.
Jeff is your daddy.
You haven't looked at anything. No, I'm your daddy.
Jeff is
you
your
are
daddy.
You're a coward. You're a clown. And run. You lose.
Jeff to
you
come up.
concede. You concede
I'm
and
outta
you
here.
lose. You concede and you lose. Bye bye. You concede and you lose.
They got one job when they up here. Don't do no weird stuff. That's it.
Bro, like this shit doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Like he didn't have the information in front of him. He had no basis for anything that he hadn't even looked at the study. His entire premise was, I'm not interpreting the study correctly, even though I'm literally reading through what the study said. His point was, I'm not interpreting the study correctly because I didn't look at the actual 95 million cases, even though that was the point of the study. He's saying that I didn't personally go through the 95 million violations. What the fuck are we doing, Jeff?
We are crying and whining is what I interpreted. It just sounded like a lot of crying and whining.
It's fucking weird and wild. Anyway, bro, I appreciate you coming up.
I got you, bro. Oh my God. First off, hold on. Before I drop, let me send you something. I'm gonna send you something right now, just so you know what you can like. I want to know what you think of this. And chat, you can't see it because you're gonna see it later. But this is something that will be available when the next time that you and I have an official conversation.
I like
Does that slap or does that slap?
I like that. That's dope. I like that. That's funny. That's definitely the crowd for it too.
One time for Santana. All right.
Wait, guys. Hey, FYI, if you guys don't know, Brunch with My Creator, it happens on Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. It's a fireside chat. Some of your favorite content creators, I sit down and I interview them. And this week from Cadre, we got Jeff Into the Species. He's going to be doing Brunch with My Creator this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Please make sure you tune in. Jeff and I are going to be doing our interview, and you guys are going to get an opportunity to learn more about Jeff. Sean was the first member of Cadre, and we did it last Sunday. It's on YouTube. If you haven't checked it out, it's amazing. And this week we got Jeff. W's in the chat for Jeff.
W to y'all. And y'all, look, when you come on Sunday, bring brunch. Let's have some brunch on some real shit. All right, Santana, I'll chat with you later. Thanks for having me up.
I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Jeff, guys. Also, hey, 2.1 thousand people hanging out, looking up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers. So please hit that follow button. Please. We've only gotten so far on this stream. We only got 55 new followers. I'm sure out of 2.1 thousand people, there's more than 55 people that aren't following me. I'm positive. Hit that follow button. Thank you for the cake. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Going through the box right now. Also, guys, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Keep tapping the screen. 1 second here. Hi, Drew. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yo,
Hi, Drew.
Santana.
Are you a Trump supporter or
I am
disagree
a
with anything
Trump
in the background?
supporter, yes.
Okay, perfect. Can you give me 2 seconds to say a couple of quick thank yous and then we'll get into it?
Take your time.
All right, perfect. Debbie's in the chat for Quayle, who sent a $5 super chat to say, as a mathematician, you absolutely need some level of statistics and analytical education to properly avoid biases in reading and writing studies. We know this. Like, we literally know this. W's in the chat for Sean. What up, Sean? Who sent a $5 super chat to say, why don't MAGAs get it that they dispute obvious racism and white privilege? They're shining a giant light on their own racism and white privilege. Exactly. W's in the chat for Feisty. Feisty sent a $5 super chat to say, he said he wasn't a Trump supporter. We know what he was about. And W's in the chat for Sean. Sean sent someone a membership over on YouTube. Guys, if you're not a member over on YouTube, go ahead and grab a membership. You get a bunch of really cool stickers. You get like a super chat that you get to send out. And you also get access to an amazing Discord. But you can also become a fan over here on TikTok, like a super fan or whatever. Do that as well. Like, getting into the Discord is more than worth it. So check that out. W's in chat for Sam for the $2 donation. All I got to say is no wonder bro can't get a job. He doesn't know how to read data. W's in the chat for Angie for the $1 donation saying, did you see the pic of RFK and Kid Rock working out with no shirts? That shit was so weird. And RFK Jr. had on jeans. It was so weird. W's in the chat for Tess, who sent a $20 donation saying, had a rough, exhausting night, but recovering today. Going to be up early tomorrow to see Miss Jasmine at the campaign event, then leaving to go vote for her. Keep knocking them out. Love you. I love you more, Tess. Love you more. And tell the husband I said what up and hi to the family. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the little finger hearts. Can we knock that out? And also hit that follow button. Let's get to 100,000 followers. Listen, I'm going to throw some on the grill when we get to 100,000. Listen, I'll invite you. White people, it's an invite to the cookout. But we got to get to 100,000. Anyway, Drew, all right, you said that you are a Trump supporter. What do you disagree with the most on the background where you like to start?
I'm gonna start with the patriarchy.
Okay. All right. So what is your premise as far as the patriarchy not being a issue?
Sure. So before I get into that, would it be okay if we just clarify our terms a little bit?
Sure. Do you want me to, or are you trying to clarify something?
Yes, actually, if you can give me your best definition of what the patriarchy is, and maybe just elaborate a little bit more about how that relates to the overall premise. So, like, why does the patriarchy relate to why America is sick, for example?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, the patriarchy is a hierarchical system based off of how far away you are from being a white man. White man sits at the top of the patriarchal system, and different people throughout the different intersex falls at different levels. So you're closest to being a white man dictates the level of power, influence, and privilege that you receive within our society due to race being a social construct that was created. And then the actual patriarchal system, the reason why I say that America's sick is because it upholds all of the negative aspects of our country. And what I mean by that is it upholds racism, sexism, hell, it even upholds classism. And so when you take a look at the way that the patriarchal system has negatively impacted our society as a whole, you can talk about the disproportionate amount of people that for somehow believe that women are less than as far as like leadership and being able to be, heads of household or like anything like that. And then also the overwhelming stifles that it perpetuates on men, toxic masculinity, the premise that men can't actually engage in a healthy and emotional way, which leads men to actually doing things like leading in attempts to unalive themselves, and engaging in substance and violence and things like that. It overwhelmingly harms non-white people due to racism and xenophobia. And so it's just multiple indicators with the perpetuation of the patriarchal system that continue to disenfranchise anyone that is not a white man.
Okay, that sounds very comprehensive. I think we could probably agree on a lot there. And one of the things that the way that I understand patriarchy is very similar to your definition. So I definitely see a lot of overlap there with white privilege, for example. And I do see that the definition that I've been given for the patriarchy is this idea that men have been essentially dominating society through power. And I want to clarify also that the idea of power here, people are not referring to competence when they talk about power in a patriarchal sense. I feel like people are referring to this sort of oppressive power.
Violence.
Sort of power. I'm sorry, come again?
Violence. Men have a monopoly on violence.
Men have a monopoly on violence. Fair enough. Absolutely. It is the thing that we have been historically strongest at, biologically speaking. We're stronger than the female species. We also are much more willing to go on the front lines. We're much more willing to fight wars, for example, and to engage in physical action. So that I'll agree. Come again?
That's not true. Women couldn't go to war. The only reason women started being able to gain access in our country to join the military because there was a need. Like literally, that's why the only reason women been able to do things like enter the workforce or go into the military and stuff like that is because there wasn't enough men to continue to fill the needs. So like that's not true.
You're sorry, just so I understand you correctly, you're saying that women didn't join the military because men were prohibiting them from doing so, or you're saying women didn't join the military because there just wasn't a space for them there?
No, women weren't going into the military, to the workforce. They weren't doing things because men who have the monopoly on violence was not allowing it. And the only reason they started allowing it is because there was a need. There was not enough men to continue to fight wars or to continue to actually uphold the economy through labor. And so they had to allow women. And that's the only reason. It's not because women didn't want to. It's not because they didn't volunteer. It was literally because men were stopping them. And then when men could no longer stop them out of necessity, they had to have it.
Sorry, that last part. When men couldn't stop women out of necessity, they had to allow women into the military.
Yes, because when it got to the point where like it was no longer suitable for them to be able to fight with like less resources. It wasn't suitable for them to be able to operate the country without less resources, then like, yeah.
So in those particular situations, we're talking about a difference between, let's say, back when we had the draft. So when we had the draft, you had men who were conscripted, whether you liked it or not, as opposed to now, where it's more of a volunteer aspect. Would you agree with that? That men generally nowadays volunteer to go to the military, they volunteer to join the fire department, which is more dangerous. They volunteer to join police, and we also see representation, maybe not equal representation, but representation of men and women in police departments, fire departments, the military, and so on. Would you agree with that?
Where are you getting that from?
Are you saying there are absolutely zero women in the military?
No, I said, where are you getting that from? The fact that men disproportionately go into these functions that you just named out, whether it's like the military, firefighters, all this other stuff. Like, I'm just trying to understand like where you're getting the basis of your information from.
Sure, absolutely. So I can clarify that. I just want to make sure that we understand this point, that you're not saying there are no women in the military or firefighters. So it's there, it's just not equally represented.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand like where you're getting the data from to draw your conclusion. That's it. I just want to understand like where you're getting. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I want to know where you're getting it from to draw your conclusion, so I can make sure that I'm tracking like everything that you're referring to. That's it.
Not a problem. So there's two parts of it. The first would be observation. So observation in my city currently, there seems to be, at least just from looking around, roughly, let's say 70% male police officers to 30% female police officers. There seems to be 70% male firefighters as opposed to
don't put a number on like when you say observation, because like that's I don't like that.
I'm saying
you can quantify, right? No, don't
right.
Like not for observation. You can say majority men versus women and not males, female, but like if you're going to talk numbers, then we got to look at a data set. But sure.
Okay, yeah. So as opposed to data sets, so I wanted to just clarify something specifically. When we talk about people volunteering and people going into these specific industries, we're talking about interest. We're talking about someone, you're not being conscripted, you're willingly choosing to go into these industries. Now, there's a point that a lot of people tend to specify on this point, which is that a lot of it is societal. They're saying that society generally shows, and in the films and in culture, this idea of men being superheroes, or being cops, or being firefighters,
toxic masculinity, yeah.
And then female. Okay, yeah. We can talk about that, but I want to just focus on specifically on interest, right?
No, I'm saying that's what you were referring to was toxic masculinity, like literally the premise that like men are projected as superheroes, protectors, and blah blah blah, like all that stuff that you were just saying. That's literally toxic masculinity. It's the perpetuation of the myth that like these gender norm roles have to be upheld, and these gender norm roles are something that is necessary for society. So like that's toxic masculinity.
Okay, fair enough. That's a decent definition. Let's suppose that we attempted to do the most to remove this from society and from culture. So in our schools, in our movies, in our society, we did everything that we possibly could to equalize the gender norms, where you're seeing an equal representation of females in positions.
Who did that?
Come again?
Who did that?
I'm sorry?
Who did that?
I'm saying hypothetically. You can play along, right? Hypothetically.
Oh, so you're not saying, okay, I just want to make sure I was tracking. So you're not saying this is something that actually happened or whatever. You're saying like if this happened. Is that what you're saying?
If this happened, yes. And there is a point that I'm getting to. I'm not trying to.
Okay, I was confused for a second. I was about to say, when did that happen?
I'm just hypothetically speaking. I mean, there is a real place that I want to get to, but I want to just say, I want to see if you agree with this point, that if we were to do that, would that be counteracting toxic masculinity directly?
How would you do that?
I'm sorry?
How would you do that?
Oh, I just said it. So culture, society, movies, everything that's being taught in schools. So all the posters.
You're missing the question. You're not saying like where. She's saying how would you actually enact that? Like the method, the steps that you would take in order to do it.
So again, changing movies so that there's an equal representation, so that visually what we see is an equal representation of females in positions of power, in
Women,
positions
not
of like
females.
C-suite.
You keep not females. I've already said that once. It's women.
So
Okay,
here's the
women.
problem I have with your statement is that I think you're not recognizing that this is how gender is constructed. It is constructed as a hierarchy in order to uphold male supremacy and domination. So for you to say
How?
we're going to remove all these things, to me, you're just saying, what if we did gender abolition? Is that what you're saying?
How is it constructed?
What do you mean, how is it constructed?
You asked me a simple question. How would I do it? I'm asking you the same question. How is gender constructed in society?
Gender is a social construction. So we can see it through social, political, and economic systems.
Social, political, economic systems. So does that
Yeah.
mean representation in office? Does it mean representation in movies? Does it mean representation in schools, in textbooks, in media, and so on and so forth?
There are prescriptions that are applied to gender, and those prescriptions are representative in all of those systems and structures.
Can you
But
give me an
you're
example
dodging
of a
my
prescription
question.
that's
My
outside of what I
question
just mentioned?
is, you're dodging my question. My question is, how can you remove gender from movies?
How can I remove gender from movies?
Yeah, because that's what you're saying. What if we remove all
So,
these
so you're
things?
talking. That's not what I said. That's actually not what I said at all. What I'm specifically
In your hypothetical,
referring
you
to is
said,
toxic
what if we
masculinity.
remove
That's
it?
what we were talking about.
Well, but yeah, like that toxic masculinity is upheld by gender norms. So again, you would have to actually remove those gender norms. That's what Kinsey is saying. Like, again, I think you might not be tracking, but like you have to remove those gender norms in order to address like it's toxic
I would
masculinity is
disagree with that.
upheld by gender
Yeah.
norms.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think there's two issues that we're kind of discussing here. One is the complete abolition of gender norms, which is not what I'm talking about. And then the other issue is that even if there are gender norms, we're saying that, or at least that to my understanding, that toxic masculinity is skewing those gender norms, and it's putting men in a position of feeling like they should be heroes, they should be powerful, and women are supposed to be caring and supportive and stay at home and don't pursue these things. Do you guys agree with that at least?
So I think there might be kind of a bleeding of the idea of masculinity and femininity, as well as even just the idea of toxic masculinity. But I don't know how you're constructing gender within this idea. Because when you say, I'm going to just remove like gender conditioning or gender representation, how are you going to do that? That is gender.
I just literally told you.
But that is gender. That is what gender is.
I'm going to repeat it again. We're going to keep gender, but we're going to try to equalize the playing field that has been disequalized by toxic masculinity. So I'm talking about equal representation.
But that doesn't make sense.
That's not how gender is structured.
Would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, so when we look at gender within the current system, it's a binary. It's man and woman, boy and girl. And that binary is structured as a hierarchy. So you can't just say, I'm going to rearrange the hierarchy so that it's equal playing field. The binary is by design meant to be a hierarchy. So the only way that you could make it not a hierarchy is to remove the binary. And I'm asking how you're going to do that.
Could you explain why a binary creates a hierarchy?
Well, that's how it's structured to function.
No, but why does a binary inherently create a hierarchy?
No one said it inherently creates a hierarchy. We're saying that it was specifically used to create a hierarchy. Like it was structured for that specific purpose.
So we had a binary. From my understanding, the binary is we have man and woman, or male and female. Is that fair so far?
It's man and woman, yeah.
Man and woman. Okay, so man and woman, and this was created, and it was purposefully done. If I'm understanding your argument, this was purposefully done to place men above women on the hierarchy. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when we're talking about a hierarchy, we're talking about a value, because a hierarchy cannot be constructed unless there's something valued. If something is valued, it's at the top. So whatever's at the top of the hierarchy is closest.
Power's at the top. We've
So
already
power
covered.
is
We've already covered that the construction of it was literally like men use their monopoly on violence to control power. Like that's all. Like literally, that's what it is.
So we're saying that this was created as a byproduct of, again, social, cultural programming, right? That society has been programming men to feel that they should be in these positions, that they should be pursuing this, that they're above women. It's been programming men to perceive women as the weaker gender, as the weaker, the more submissive, and it's been programming women to see men as the hero type. Am I close so far?
It is designed to maintain patriarchy, which is about male supremacy and domination.
So you're basically saying exactly the same thing I said, but with different words. Is that fair?
I wanted to be more precise in what my position is. So
Okay,
yes,
cool.
this binary is designed to maintain patriarchy.
Okay, so again, back to this hypothetical equation. If in society, because we said that the starting point was culture and society and all the stuff that we're exposed to, if in society we were to turn everything around, so we were to turn, let's say in the next few generations, or we were to erase people's memories, hypothetically, it's just hypothetical.
No, wait, hold
we
on.
were to change.
The flaw in your hypothetical though
Mm-hmm.
is again, how? I mean,
Again,
wait, but your hypothetical is illogical if you say we're just going to invent a mind wiping machine, right? There would have to be some type of actual method of completing the task that you're trying to make happen, and having some mind control machine isn't like a thing. And if you were trying to do like these extreme hypotheticals, I have no interest in that because it's not rooted in reality. The patriarchy is rooted in reality. It's a construct that actually became reality. But like anything else outside of that, like there's actual tangible ways of fighting the patriarchal system. But
Fair
I'm
enough.
not sitting here saying that.
Sorry, Santana, sorry to cut you off. Give me one specific example of fighting the patriarchy that's rooted in reality.
How about this? Instead of that, you go look up something that could be a counteract to the patriarchal system, and let me know what you find. Just take a moment to do that. Like fish and whatnot. Something about teaching somebody if they're hungry and like, they can have a fish fry or some shit. But I'm gonna let you fry your own fish. Give me a minute. W's in the chat for Preston, who sent a $10 donation saying, my right/MAGA leaning coworkers are finally getting disillusioned by the current administration. It's becoming easier to have genuine conversations with them. They still think ICE is good, unfortunately. I hope I can get through them on this topic someday. Keep up the great work. Preston, you're doing an amazing job. The one thing that I tell people all the time is like, friends and family, you guys can make a bigger impact than anyone like myself or Kenzie that debates these topics or whatever. Like it may seem tougher, but they're more willing to be receptive from that standpoint of view versus from anyone else. So W's in the chat for Preston. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. 2.5 thousand people here, and we only got on this stream so far, we only got 103 new follows. I know for a fact out of 2.5 thousand people, it's more than 103 people that don't follow me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. So right there, hit the follow button. Send your daily heart me. Turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. Follow the backup account. Do all the wonderful things. And guys, last but not least, we have Kenzie up here. Make sure we're taking care of Kenzie. Make sure we're taking care of Kenzie. Show Kenzie all the love in the world. Let's go ahead and can we just immediately get her coins over 1,000 coins, please?
Thank you very much.
Please,
It's really kind of you.
Absolutely. And mods, can we make sure that we have Kenzie's pay links running in the poll in the bio? Guys, make sure you're showing Kenzie some love as well. One last thank you. W's in the chat for Linda. Linda sent a $25 donation, said, keep on being you, Santana. Thank you for educating white women here. Listen, I don't know about educating you. I think you guys give me like way too much like leeway or leverage or whatever. I'm just up here flapping my gums. But Linda, thank you so much for that support. You are absolutely amazing. W's in the chat for Linda. Kenzie, while I'm assuming looks for something, anything you want to say to the people?
Thank you everyone for the gifts. I really appreciate it. And thank you for adding me, Santana. Very, very nice for you to share your platform.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you guys don't know, I know we just had Jeff up, but Kenzie is also a member of Cadre, and Kenzie will also be on Brunch with My Creator. I'm not going to tell you when. You're going to have to tune in to find out when Kenzie will be there. But Kenzie is also one of the people that will be on Brunch with My Creator. We, I don't know if you heard this, but I've started putting it on you guys. And so I did this to Sean first. And so once Sean finished her interview, I said, all right, we're going to introduce the person for next week. And you have to tell the people what they expect. Now, the rest of you all have it easy because now you guys know who's coming next and you know what you can say about the next person, whatever. But yeah, so Sean did a great job as far as introducing Jeff and what she thought Jeff was going to do for this upcoming Brunch with My Creator. But then Jeff will get to introduce the next person and so on and so on. So.
Oh, I need to see who's introducing me now.
Absolutely. Drew, were you able to find something?
I honestly, I was just waiting for you to finish. So based on what I know, again, I brought up a point that still hasn't been responded to, which is
wait. What did I give you a moment to do?
You said to find ways to combat patriarchy based on
because you were saying give you one tangible example, and I said go look it up and see and like the ways that you can combat the patriarchy and then come back and we can talk about that. Did you not go look that up?
So again, I have it on Google in front of me, but I did have some specific means that I mentioned that were not responded to. Is it okay if I reiterate those?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, sounds good. So what would be wrong with changing the textbooks that we currently have to have equal representation, with changing the movies that we have, with changing the positions of power and office and so on? Like here in Canada, we have 50% cabinet members in Parliament.
You're Canadian?
Do you think that that's a positive?
Wait, Drew, you're not even an American citizen?
Yes,
I would say that it does have some positive outcomes, but overall it still maintains a system that oppresses women. So it's not what the end goal is.
Just
So
FYI, Drew, stop for a second.
Complete
Just
representation
wait,
of women in
wait, stop,
Parliament?
Drew. Stop. I'm gonna let you finish this conversation because Kenzie's up here, and I want Kenzie to be able to finish this conversation. But I'm gonna kick the hell out of you as soon as it's over because why are you talking about him? This is America. We're like, you're not supposed to be up here if you're not American. I'm gonna let Kenzie finish because
I'm sorry,
you're about
man.
to get cooked. But like, what are we doing?
That's why I was here.
Go ahead and finish talking to Kenzie.
And I do have family in America too that I visit quite often.
That's what's
so
up.
I don't know if that's worth anything.
Great. Did I answer your question?
Sorry, Kenzie, you cut off. I didn't hear the last thing you said. Please, could you start over?
Yeah, I'm sure there are some positive metrics that we can see implementing women into current systems, but ultimately that system is designed to preserve specific systems that continue the oppression of women and other marginalized communities.
Is there any? Okay, so I specified, I'm not talking about a system in general. I specified cultural examples like movies. I specified specific educational examples like educational books. I specified
Education is a
actual
system,
examples
isn't
from
it?
government. Like, yeah, okay, so again,
So you
what would
did
be the end
specify
goal?
systems,
The
didn't you?
complete removal of men from all power?
Wait, did you specify systems, yes or no?
Yes, I did.
You said you didn't. You said you weren't talking about any specific system, and you clearly are. Education is a system.
I said you did
Neoliberal
not.
politics
I said
is a
you
system.
did not specify.
You asked me if having 50% women in parliament was a good thing. I said there can be positive outcomes in certain metrics, but above all, it preserves a system that maintains oppression of women. Did I answer your question?
Oh. So what would be a practical, yes, it did. What would be a practical, in your estimation? Should we just destroy everything?
Well, yes, I'm a radical feminist. I do think neoliberal politics as well as capitalism needs to be dismantled.
Okay. So I'm understanding that a little bit more. So in this particular system, let's assume that we're all living in, and we were to somehow move towards these cultural differences becoming lesser and lesser and lesser, so that there were more representation. For example, here in Canada, you have half and half. You had more representation in schools, you had more representation in books, and you were starting to see an equality, because I think that's what I'm not sure about radical feminism, but as I've been told about feminism is for the equality of both. It's not for the improvement.
I would
of just
disagree with
purely-
that definition.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I know it's
Would
fascinating.
you, well, you already said it's radical, so that's not really that far-fetched. But what I am curious about is specifically working within the system,
Why would
that
I
we're
want to
currently-
work within a system that's designed to maintain my oppression?
You don't want to improve the system? You still live here, don't you?
How can I improve a system that's working as designed?
Same way you fix a car that's working as designed, but is starting to break down.
But what if it's working as designed? What are you fixing?
Things break down all the time.
Then it's
things
not
could be
working as
changed.
designed.
Come again?
Then it's not working as designed. I'm saying the system is working as designed. It is designed to maintain male supremacy and domination. Why would I try and improve that system when that is the ultimate outcome? Of course, the
Because no
only
one's
way to have a different outcome would be to abolish that system. Am I not being clear?
No, not at all. Because abolishing the system, now we're going into these crazy hypotheticals that you guys admonished me for earlier. What does
I
it
haven't
look
given
like
you
to
one
abolish
fucking
the system?
hypothetical, my guy.
Exactly. Lock in
Abolishing
for
a
me.
system, really?
Hey,
That's not a
one
hypothetical.
second. Mods, don't touch the poll. I'm doing something. Hey, lock in and focus on what Kenzie's saying. Like, I don't know what is happening at this moment, but it seems like you're starting to devolve to like Ooga Booga caveman type status. Like, engage in an actual intellectual conversation. Like, lock in for me. Mods, again, don't touch the polls. I'm doing something. Go ahead, Kenzie.
I don't know what I'm not being clear on. I came up here to ask you a very simple question, and I feel that you're dodging. Because now you're kind of putting the burden on me. You want me to explain my position rather than you explaining your position. I asked you how you remove gender from media, and you still haven't answered that.
I don't believe in removing gender from media. I don't think that's possible.
Then what is your hypothetical?
Literally, that was your hypothetical.
No, that's not my hypothetical. Again, you guys are not listening. So if you would listen, I would actually be able to articulate this point more clearly. I feel like I'm trying to also paraphrase your points back to you to gain understanding. I'm not trying to
Blah,
condescend.
blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Tell me what you specifically want to say within your hypothetical.
Yeah, so I think I was pretty clear about that. Specifically, equalizing gender representation so that it's 50% across the board, or as close to 50% as we can get in all the different areas of life. So positions of power in media, in books, in schools, in education, and so on and so forth. Do you guys think that that's a bad thing? Now, you said that would be a move towards something positive. I think that that's more legitimate than just, hey, let's burn everything down and abolish the system.
Well, but that's because you don't recognize how gender is constructed. Like, why don't we start at square one? What is gender?
Why don't you give me your definition?
No, I want you to conceptualize to me what you understand as gender.
No, well, you just brought it up, and I'm
Right,
trying
and
to clarify
I
these
asked you,
terms
do you
because-
want to remove gender from movies? You said no. You want just more equal representation of gender. And I don't think you and I, when we say the word gender, mean the same thing. So I want to understand what you mean by that.
Also, guys, take a look up in the top corner. We got a
just
poll
before
for
I-
the people on TikTok. Check out the poll up in the top corner.
Oh, it's a poll. I thought that
Yeah,
was the
not you,
timer you
Drew.
wanted me to leave. Okay.
Not you, Drew.
Yeah.
Go ahead and engage with Kenzie.
Yeah. I'm listening. I mean,
I'm asking
the
you to tell me
conception of-
what you mean when you say gender.
what I mean when I say gender. So we're talking about a binary. There's man and woman, or male and female, either one. We're talking specifically about this binary being constructed, according to people who talk about the patriarchy, it's been constructed solely for the purpose of keeping women down and bringing men up. And I actually
So that's what
happen to disagree with
that's what you mean
Now-
when you say gender.
Yes.
So now you agree with me that gender is a binary constructed as a hierarchy, because previously you didn't agree with that.
No, because again, you're not listening. It is a binary. but it's not a
Hold on.
hierarchy.
You're
I'm
not
disagreeing with
listening
the
or you're not
specific part.
tracking. But either way, whatever. Guys, 266 votes on the poll. That means that you guys, out of 266 people, voted for a yes to actually get the kick fund going. So you guys know how it goes. If you want Drew gone, then you can actually send the money to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Not YouTube, sorry, YouTube. Santana speaks for you. And since we got Kenzie up here, whatever we send of that $100 kick fund will be split directly with Kenzie. So guys, if you are interested in getting him up out the paint, go ahead and send it. $100 bounty on his head. I will keep you guys updated. Sorry, go ahead, Kenzie.
No, thank you. That's again very generous. So we
It's
do
not.
agree.
You're up here doing labor, and your labor isn't free. I don't know. Don't let them fool you.
What a feminist king. Love that for us. So we do agree that it's a binary. Now you said man and woman are interchangeable with female and male, correct?
I think they mean the same thing. Yes.
Yeah. So for you, there's no difference between a boy and a man.
Yes, there is.
Well, they're both male.
Yes, they're a subset of male.
Wait, they're both male. And if you agree that a male is a man, then there's no difference between boy and man.
There's such a thing as a subset. So a bird is an animal, so is a zebra, but a zebra is not a bird. Does that make sense?
You just said that male and female are the same as man and woman.
A male is a man, a female is a woman, a boy is
Right, you
also
said
a
those are
male,
the same.
and-
So obviously someone can be male and not a man, correct?
Yes, or a boy though.
Then obviously they're
boy
not the
or a man.
same. What are we talking about?
So we're talking specifically about we're talking about sex specifically, or SMEX. Sorry, we're talking specifically that a boy can grow into a man, right? A boy cannot grow into a woman. Same thing as a girl cannot grow into a man.
I'm not
talking about a
making that
boy
claim.
can-
I'm showing you that there's a distinction between male, female, man, and woman, that these are not the same, because per your definition of gender, these were the same. So that's the contention I'm bringing up with your definition.
I'm not understanding what your point is. Honestly.
I feel like you're not understanding a lot of stuff, which is kind of interesting because like you're trying to have this conversation based off of the premise of like, you know, the patriarchy and understanding the difference between like men and women, even though you're struggling with like male and female and all this other stuff. I'm a little confused as far as like what's happening here. Because I personally wouldn't talk about stuff in public that I don't know about, but it seems like you're comfortable with that. But you know, do you, boo? Regardless, guys, we are up to $12 of the $100 kick fund. So if you want to send them back to Canada, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you, and whatever is raised in the kick fund will be split with Kenzie up here, who is dog walking the shit out of him. Sorry, go ahead, Kenzie.
So this here, I'll do the heavy lifting since you seem to struggle to do that. I don't think male and female are synonymous with man and woman, because we're talking about a social construction. So there are entailments and prescriptions applied to these ideas. Just like you recognize the difference between boy and man, there is a psychological difference that comes with maturity and age, which is why we differentiate them. So when you say gender, I don't know how you can say that representation can be equal within media when you yourself define it as a binary designed as a hierarchy. How can something be equal when it's designed as a hierarchy?
So again, it's not a hierarchy because we're talking about
Bro,
boy and man.
why
which
are
is
you trying to
separate.
fucking gaslight me in the chat? You literally agreed that gender is constructed as a hierarchy.
No, I did not. I never said that, and you don't know that.
Give
I
me
said
your
that. I said
definition
it was
again. Give me your definition of gender.
Again, I'll say it again. So it's male, and female, these are a binary. Okay? Or are you with me so far?
So this is your definition of gender.
Male and female are binary. In no part of that did I mention
are male
at
and
all
female
that it is a
terms of
hierarchy.
gender?
They're terms of SMEX, but you can use gender.
But they're not terms of gender.
Can be. Depends how you define gender.
That's what I'm asking you to define.
So again, the specific differences we're talking about, if we're talking about biological,
I'm not asking
as
the
it relates
differences
to
between
SMEX,
man and woman. I'm asking you to just define gender.
To just define gender, gender is a socially constructed role for either man or woman, male or female, boy or girl. These are different things, but we're talking specifically about it being socially constructed. So the roles that these people inhabit, perhaps comment on their personalities, their interests, and so on and so forth. It has absolutely
How
nothing
do
to
you
do
map out those interests?
How do you, oh, very, very simple. And that's a good question, by the way. I'm glad you asked that. So when you're trying to map out interests, you can map it out in a couple of different ways. You can map it out via career interests. You can map it out via interest in voluntarily.
I don't need
going into
examples of
specific
what
hobbies.
I don't need examples of what interests are. I'm saying, how do you map out those interests? How do you determine that as a career, women are interested in nursing and men are interested in policing? Where does that originate from?
Very, very good question. Absolutely good question. So we can say
I don't need your praise. Look, I want to give you some advice here. You do not get paid per word. And there are so many sentences that in my brain, I just strike out that you don't need. So just say what you mean and say it concisely and directly.
Sounds fair enough. There are two main determinants of interest. It's either biological or it's cultural. It's nothing else. It's only those two things.
Okay, so let's talk about biological. Let's talk about biological. Are you familiar with a sexually dimorphic brain?
No.
How can you not be familiar with that if you're saying there's biological differences when it comes to mapping out interests?
You're assuming I said I'm a biologist. I just said that it's only
well, you're
one
saying
of those
this is,
two things.
you have identified that this determines
If you
within gender.
If you want to disagree with it, you're welcome to disagree with it and say,
Wait,
hey,
it's
no,
not
actually
me
something
disagreeing
else.
with it. It's biologists and neuroscientists disagreeing with it. A sexually dimorphic brain is the idea is that male and female brains are different and that this is constructed through biology. However, we have seen through brain imaging and scanning over time that there's no such thing as a sexually dimorphic brain. The only reason we have gendered brains is because we live in a gendered world. So it is all cultural.
So it's cultural. Okay.
Right, but you're saying it's not. You're saying that these you're saying that it's not. You're saying these interests are biological.
No. Again,
you did. You gave me two. I asked you, how do you
either.
map out interests? You said biological and cultural. I said, let's go to
I said it's either.
You said it's both.
No, I said it's either biological or cultural. Now, you presented a really good point. You
said it's both.
It's not biological because
wait. Okay. Drew, maybe I have like kind of a misconception because I don't think, and this is just my personal opinion. It's just my personal opinion, and I may be wrong. I may be wrong, but it seems like that you're sitting here and you're speaking from a place of like actual knowledge, right? Because it seems like you may have some type of background or study in like medicine and things like that, because it sounds like that's the position that you're taking. So I want to be fair. I don't want to call you someone who like is just making shit up or you don't really understand what you're saying. I want to be fair. Can you tell us what like medical background or any type of like what studies have you read? Like why are you so confident in the things that you're saying? Because it seems like it's rooted in something, and I just need to know what it's rooted in.
So I can get into that. I did want to just put.
No one gives a shit.
Oh, damn.
W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Like W's in the chat for the chat. No one gives a shit at all. At all. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys, we had a $100 bounty on him to send him back to Canada. And like I said, everything that we got was going to be split with Kenzie. And we were trying to get a $100 bounty. Fucking blew it out of the water. $263.
Holy fuck.
$263. So we will be sending half of that to Kenzie. Kenzie, I know I have your pay links. Is there a preferred pay link? Do you want to shoot me a message and let me know where to send it?
No, anyone is fine. Again, that's so generous of you, Santana. I really appreciate it.
No, it's really not me. Like, stop it.
You.
Stop it. Don't do that. It makes me feel
Thank
weird.
you
No,
very much,
like you were up here doing the labor. Exactly. And that was the chat. Like that has nothing to do with me at all.
I also want to thank Natalie for the $10 Venmo. That was very generous. Yes, thank you. Wow, chat. I'm like blown away. That's incredible that you got that much bounty on his head. Like,
listen, the reason why I have to do 100 because like first and foremost, they always knock it out way too fast because there's certain people like who just don't fuck with people. And like when they want people gone, they just want them gone. Like it's not even close. That's why like I had to tell them to stop. Like my chat does not play those games at all. Anyway, Kenzie, is there anything else you want to tell the people? Anything that you want to like share with them? Like anything, you know, as Sala would say, pluggables. You got anything?
No, I'm a little overstimulated right now with everything that's going on. I'm just so blown away. Like that's really incredible, chat. Like bravo to you. Yeah, I guess follow me on TikTok and Instagram is all I have to say. Like, again, thank you, Santana, for adding me. I really appreciate you giving me the space on your platform.
Absolutely. You're always welcome, especially, you know, like I think it's super important to combat misinformation and disinformation, specifically with people who not only can shoot it down, but the people that the harm is being perpetuated against. And like the premise of like the patriarchal system not being a bad thing, like what the fuck are we doing? And so anytime I can watch you dog walk someone, I'll take it. But anytime I can watch you firsthand dog walk someone on this specific topic, I'll take it every single day.
I mean, misogynists are my favorite snack. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Guys, one more time, really quick. One more request, chat. One more request before we let Kenzie go, because Kenzie doesn't come up often. One more request. She's at 2.09K coins. Can we please send her off with love and get her over 3,000 coins really quick? Over 2,000 of us still hanging out here. Show Kenzie some love. Let's appreciate her for coming up here and dealing with that emotional labor, because that guy was a didiot. If you don't know what that is, it's a damn idiot. That's a didiot. That's a trademark word. But can we show Kenzie some love and get her over 3K? Say it again.
I thought that was a reference to Diddy.
No. It's a Diddy. It's a damn idiot. It have nothing to do with Diddy. That's a damn idiot. Guys, please, and make sure you guys are following Kenzie. She is absolutely amazing. We appreciate her. She is an amazing member of Cadre, and I cannot wait for our brunch with my creator session. It's gonna be fucking amazing. Make sure you guys give her a follow. Do all the wonderful things. Kenzie, thank you again for coming up. I appreciate you.
No,
and
thank you.
I will shoot you a message after the live to make sure that you got it.
Sounds good. Thank you again. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. W's in the chat for Kenzie, guys. W's in the chat for Kenzie. And W's in the chat for you. You. W's in the chat for you guys. Guys, we're at 4 hours and 4 hours and 51 minutes. Oh, I didn't see this. Also, W's in the chat for Jessica, who sent an $88 Canadian and said, on behalf of Canada, I'm sorry. It's okay. Let me run through these thank yous really quickly, and then we'll go from there really quickly. Sorry. These came in before the actual kick fund, but W's in chat for Jared for the $1 to understand the patriarchal system is not an occasional, it's not an occasionally bad alternator or busted gasket. He's proposed ideas of the essential of the, I don't even understand how he was sitting there saying that, Jared. Like you have to dismantle the entire thing. You can't switch out parts. Absolutely. W's in the chat. Also, W's in the chat for Haley, who sent a $10 donation saying, Kick this guy. Oh wait, hold on, I didn't get this one. This one came in. Vintage Fizzle said, sent a $5 donation, said, I'm so tired of Maple MAGA. Me too. They push forward harmful ideas while get to sit in their country and not be affected by the outcome of those harmful ideas. They're an embarrassment to otherwise lovely country. Exactly. I fucking love Canada. Not gonna lie. One of my favorite places to go in Vancouver, it's this brunch place, and they have like these amazing pancakes where they put like bacon in the pancakes. It's so fucking good. But it's like one of my favorite places to go. And then there's this bakery that my wife loves to go to. When I tell you they have baked goods that don't look real, like it's a French French bakery, and it looks like the actual baked goods are made of glass. What is it called? I don't know. Baby, if you're listening, can you send me the name of the place? Is it Adventure Time? I don't know. But it's near, like, it's in Vancouver, and it's like a really great brunch place, and it's not far from like downtown or whatever. Anyway, there's this French bakery. If you're in Vancouver and you go to like Zara, and it's a downtown place. I think it's off Cambie or whatever. And there's like a little French bakery, and it looks like glass. I'm telling you, it doesn't even look real. It looks like actual glass. It's gorgeous. But yeah, fucking love Canada. Pancake Bacons is from Adventure. Is it called Adventure Time? I don't think it's called Adventure Time. I don't know. My wife knows the name of it. I just go eat. No, Vancouver, Canada, or Brit. Hold on, what am I saying? Not Vancouver. Yeah, wait. It's Canada. Sorry, it's Canada. It's Canada. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $2. Say, kick, love you, Santana. I love you more. W's in chat for Natalie, who sent $10. Say, please shut him up. Ha ha ha. Much love from, I think that's Wyoming. WA is Wyoming, right? Yeah. W's in the chat for Erica, who sent a $15 donation saying, Canadian export tariff. Kick this B word. W's in the chat for Gucci, who sent a $5 donation and just sent the boot. Gucci sent the boot. W's in the chat. Hold on, I'm going to save this. W's in the chat for Sam for the $1 donation. Hi, genuine question. Don't racial feminists not support trans people? I can't imagine you have an anti-trans guest, so I'm trying to understand if I'm misunderstanding. There's definitely some type of misunderstanding. I don't know anything about like racial feminists not supporting trans women, or not radical, not racist. Radical feminists do not support trans people. Like I have no idea. Wyoming is YA, Wisconsin then, whatever, the WI. The WI. Yeah. I have no idea what they're talking. Radical feminists don't support trans people? Like I've never heard that one. Like I don't know what that's about. I think that may be off. They're confusing it with TERFs. What's TERFs? I don't know what a TERF is. I'm gonna have to look that up. Sorry guys, I don't know what that is. Kay, if you want to come up and explain, if you know, you can hop up here. I've never heard of that. I don't know what a TERF is. No, they're right. I don't know what a TERF is. Give me a second. Sorry. W's in the chat for Karen for the $10 donation saying, I really think Canadian MAGA are more dense than some of the US MAGA. Kick fun. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $10 donation and said, get the gaslighter out of here and give this W to Kenzie. Like we didn't have to give Kenzie the W. Kenzie just took the W. We didn't even have to do that. And guys, two people that were standing on big business, not playing any games. Fucking Ducky sent a $100 donation and said, get him out of here. I hate this I hate his condescending laugh. His laugh sucked. His laugh fucking sucked. W's in the chat for Ducky. And guys, massive W's in the chat for Michael. What up, Michael? Massive W's in the chat for Michael, who sent a $100 donation as well and said, keep the change, Santana. Much love. Listen, I'm going to be splitting it with Kenzie. Everything 50-50 with Kenzie. W's in the chat for Michael. W's in the chat for Duffy. Thank you all for adding to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for all of you. You guys are fucking amazing. You show up and show out every time. W's in the chat for the chat. Okay. I don't know what they were talking about.
So a TERF is a trans-exclusionary radical feminist, and they like to also cosplay as radical feminist or just say that they're radical feminist. Kenzie is absolutely an exclusionary radical feminist and is absolutely not a TERF. So I think they're just misinformed on what they think radical feminism is. I would also then direct people to read about womanism, which is not for people who look like me specifically, but is fully inclusive for all women and femmes. So if you need to do the look up between all of them, but like J.K. Rowling, TERF.
I know that. I know what J.K. Rowling's about. I'm sorry, I was talking over you. I apologize. Say that last part again.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling, TERF. Kenzie, very inclusionary.
We fucks with Kenzie. If not, Kenzie wouldn't have been able to get up here. I don't know what y'all think this is. We don't play. Kay, tell them we don't play those games around here.
Kenzie's part of cadre.
Exactly.
So, you guys would know just from branching out and watching cadre lives too, you know, the people that are surrounded, the knowledge that's within, and that everyone there is a revolutionary and not going to be a bigot.
A bigot. Yeah. How are you, Kay? Kay, she always does that shit to me. L's in the chat for Kay. She does that shit all the time. Like, whatever. She does that to me all the time. She didn't say bye. She just left. Rude. All right, guys. We're going to call it. We're at 5 hours now. We're at 5 hours. We're going to call it because we need to reset for late nights tonight. It's going to be fucking awesome. First and foremost, guys, look up at the top. You see the word follow right there. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. We absolutely. Oh, damn. I'm sorry, Kay. Got it. We absolutely hit that follow button. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. We have 160 new followers on this live. We're trying to get up to 100,000 followers. So please hit that follow button. As a matter of fact, let me see who's following. Who's following? Let me take a look. I'm gonna see. Let's see who's following. I don't see anybody hitting that follow button. Joe, go away. Like literally, you've been trying to get here all day and I've not let you up. I'm just gonna mute you. He said me. Yeah, but like who's hit the follow button? I want to see. I'm gonna call the names. Kyla, thank you so much for the follow. Who else? Susan, thank you for the follow. Who else? Marty, thank you for the follow. Aaron, thank you for the follow. Extra Pickles 1996, thank you for the follow. Bam Bam, thank you for the follow. Charlie, thank you for the follow. Amy, you said you follow. I know Amy. I see you all the time here. Who else? Charlie, thank you for the follow. Liam, thank you for the follow. I missed your name. Madison, thank you for the follow. Sky, thank you for the follow. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you. Guys, we're going to be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific for Late Nights with Santana. It's the last night of Late Nights with Santana for this week and the last night for the topic discussion. We've been talking about parasocial relationships. We've been talking about online communities, the positives and the negatives of online communities, the effects through parasocial relationship. Last night, we had a really great conversation where we talked about certain people who can't find those actual communities that they're looking for. And so they turn towards like toxic communities. We talked about people who are like incels, red pill, manosphere, trad wives, all of this thing. Is a really, really great conversation. But tonight, if you're interested, this is the last night. This is the opportunity where everyone gets to join the panel and join the conversation. So if you want an opportunity to join the conversation, you have to get there tonight. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be on the main page. But the thing that you need to know is tonight, since it's the last night on this topic, we're talking action. This isn't just coming up and say, oh, these people suck or this happened. If you join tonight, I need solutions because we're going to figure this shit out together. We're going to fix this shit together. And the way we do that is by ensuring that we are being the example that we want to see in these online spaces and communities, right? So we've talked about the toxic discords. We talked about 4chan. We talked about Reddit. We talked about incels. We talked about all of these things. But tonight, we need solutions. So tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, late nights with Santana, bring solutions. Can I count on you guys? Can I count on you guys to show up tonight with solutions? Because if not, I just won't show up. Are you guys going to bring solutions? Yep. The only person who said yes was Hazel. I guess Hazel's the only one that's going to bring solutions. Ryan gave an arm. Yep. Of course, I do my best. Yeah, sure. All right. Yep. I thought you guys had just cashed out for a second. The chat just stopped moving. You'll be sleeping. No, don't worry about it. Don't be worried about it. Angie, you're thinking good. Solving world problems. I know that's right. That's what we got to do. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. Last call for alcohol. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Make sure you hit that thumbs up before you leave. It will help push the VOD out and get more people eyes on it. Hit that follow button if you're here, and follow the backup account as well. Follow both of them. Follow both accounts. We're going to get out of here. We're going to call it a day. I will see you guys later. Let's hit that outro.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts like lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, he slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, guys. W's in the chat for you guys. You guys are awesome. 5 hours. I feel good. I feel loose. Guys, I am, when I hop off here, take a few minutes to decompress. I'm going to be working on something new. Hopefully I'll be able to finish the setup today and we'll be able to do some cool shit starting tomorrow. But yeah, so if you see me live again later, don't fuck with me. Like, be kind if you see me struggling later. Anyway, we're going to get out of here. I will see you all tonight for late nights. I love you all. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for everything. You all are so amazing. You smell pretty. You're so kind. I appreciate you. I love you. And as always,